Skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for sin, eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for lips, skin for skin, sin for your sin.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.
Hello, hi everybody. Welcome to the 8th Altibox Norway chess event. I cannot express how happy I am that I'm here and I'm going to be your host and commentator together with the wonderful personality and the fantastic chess player, Vladimir Kramnik. Hi, Vladimir.
Greetings, Judith. Greetings to everyone.
I think we are both extremely excited about this tournament for different reasons. But first of all, that this is, we can say, the first tournament since the COVID broke in, since the candidates tournament stopped on the midway. And this will be the first tournament where players will be playing over the board without the plexiglass, and they don't have to wear a mask, because we are actually in a very difficult and strange situation, all of us. What do you think, Vladimir, about this situation? Can you imagine yourself being a professional chess player in these difficult times?
I can imagine, but well, I wouldn't say that I'm happy that I'm not, but of course it's very difficult time nowadays. Yeah, I mean, all the players, they played a lot online, and it's very difficult to plan anything. Yeah, as far as I understand, for the players, you never know for sure if tournaments will take place, and I want to congratulate, of course, organizers of this tournament of Altibox Stavanger event for finally. I can imagine how difficult was it to make it happen offline, as they say nowadays. But it's very nice that finally it's taken place, and I'm also very excited to see players playing, and to comment for all of you, to try to do our best, maybe together with Judith, to that you have a very good time watching those games.
Well, let's talk about the players. Who are the players? This year we are going to have only 6 players. Of course, it was very challenging for the organizers, I think, to get 6 players. Everybody can arrive, and actually we can say that the players arrived safely, but they had to arrive like I think 23, 25, something like that. They arrived in September. So they were in quarantine for 10 days, which is kind of normal for a chess player, right? But still, it's not fun that you must be in your hotel and you have restrictions to meet people and go.
Well, you know, Judith, it reminded me of this old times when, especially chess players, beginning of the century, previous century, when they were traveling to, let's say, USA to New York for tournament, they were taking a ship, and then it would maybe sometimes up to 2 days, like Buenos Aires, and then they would be working, preparing for the tournament during the travel. So in a way, we are back to that times, I think. I'm pretty sure those 10 days, all players stayed in a very tough quarantine, which is there in Norway. I'm sure they made a lot of work, and they will be very well prepared for this event.
Well, the 6 players, we should highlight, of course, Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, who was incredibly active by organizing his tournament series during the pandemics. He's number 1 in the world champion, and probably not many people would question his being number 1. We have Fabiano, who is number 2. They are all, for quite some time, they are taking these 2 places. And then we have Aronian with place number 9 in the world. And then we have youngsters. We have to say that the first half, the top guys, they are the oldies. But Aronian with his 37 years of age. But then we have Jan Christoph Duda, who is talented. I was playing with him, I think, when he was around 15 the first time. He's a very talented youngster. What do you think about him?
I think he is. Yeah, I've played twice with him, just, I think, just before the end of my career. I won 1 game, I lost the second game. Yes, he's a very promising player, and I expect him to do pretty well in this tournament. I mean, he's has energy and very motivated player, and already a very good level.
Yeah, I think he's very dedicated. I remember when I was playing with him when he was really like 15, 16 in the Olympia 2012, I think, in Istanbul. And it was a very tough game we played. And we have Firuza. He's a new talent from Iran who is actually playing under the FIDE flag because he moved to France, and this is the way he can play in a tournament. He's also very young. Actually, he's the only participant who was born in this millennium. He's only 17 years old. Everybody's talking about him being the biggest talent for a long time. What do you see on his games and his play?
Well, I haven't yet studied so deeply. I mean, you know, since I stopped chess, I don't follow the games so closely as before, but it's clear that the results and the rating he has for that age is really unique, and maybe he still needs experience, and you know, maybe it will not be so easy for him in this tournament because it's maybe his first time classical time control playing against such an opposition. Against Carlsen and other players. I mean, only I think Vaikanze, he played it once only. It's not easy to get used to a new level of resistance, so to say. But yeah, I'm very excited, very interested to see how he will do in this company. Very difficult to prognose. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that he can do well. It's perfectly possible, but probably it will not be so easy for him at this age to fight on equal terms with at least with Magnus and Caruana maybe. But he can actually surprise us pleasantly.
We see them already at the board sitting. Jan Christoph against Ali Reza. They are already the classical way of correcting the pieces, right? We still remember from these times. And I'm sure for most of the players, it must be also maybe a little bit strange feeling that they touch a chess piece. As in preparation times, I think people are using computer. And of course, the last half year was for all the top players also playing chess front of the computer. And it was more of a mouse touch than a chess piece touch.
Yes, yes. And we should present also the young Norwegian player, yeah?
Of course, we shouldn't forget about him. I'm a little worried about him. What do you think? I mean, he's talented, he's good, but I think he's going to have a hard time here.
Well, I'm not worried about him. He's young. He's playing a top tournament. He's living in Norway, in a beautiful country. Why should we worry about him? But if you mean chess-wise, of course, it's not going to be easy for him. But you know, from other point of view, young players, they have a lot of motivation, and I'm sure he was preparing like crazy during last days and weeks.
Since he knows he's going to play, right?
Yeah. So we will see. I mean, he's not a weak player, definitely. So he will definitely upset some players here, I'm sure.
The round just started, and then if we were talking about Tari Arian, then let's go for his game. It's a Sicilian. And,
yeah, I can already see that Fabiano, he wants to play for a win, yeah, with black in the first round. So he's because that's, as far as I know him, that's his. Usually he plays Sicilian with A6. This time knight C6, but that basically means that he wants to play for a win quite aggressively, probably. But okay, we will see.
Well, the Paulsen is an opening which I liked very much to play with black, to play different systems in that. And
in good old days when it was not analyzed with a machine, you know, I suppose, yeah, because now, of course, it's more difficult to play because certain systems which were playable and very interesting, now they're already considered to be dubious and difficult to play with black. But of course, Fabiano, he is a very big theoretician on top of his very high chess level. So I'm sure he knows how to avoid those variations which are not very promising.
Well, on the other hand, of course, there's this, in this position, of course, there are many alternatives for white, right? So the question is whether Ariane was prepared to play against the Pausen. Probably this was not necessarily the first choice he was preparing against.
Definitely.
But here White has G3, which actually played on the... So he wants to be solid. He wants to provoke Fabiano.
Yes, G3 is a solid move. It's actually quite dangerous at the same time. It's not easy to equalize with black fully. But from other point of view, it's not so forcing. So there is a possibility for black to have a long game without forced variations. But it's extremely solid for white, of course.
I was not very happy when I was playing with the black pieces and people played G3 because somehow I felt that it's going to be too solid for the game. And I felt that in sharper lines or other systems there was more of a position which I liked with black, but I'm curious how it will unfold. Let's go to the other games. What do you think?
Yes.
Let's see how Duda against
the boys, the children.
Yeah.
For us, I mean, they could be, theoretically our sons,
Yeah. Okay, so Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann with knight d7. Nowadays, I think knight f6 or e6 actually is the most fashionable move. Knight d7 is slightly less fashionable, but also very, very serious move, of course. I mean, it was the main line before, and I remember I had a couple of games on this variation and this particular move in my World Championship match against Peter Leko in 2004. Studied a lot that variation. It's actually kind of funny because it can get very solid and positional, but at the same time it can get extremely complicated and tactical depending on the black's plan. Yeah, black sometimes makes long castle here, sometimes trying to go for short castle. And that is two totally different types of game. Yeah.
Yes, for now, of course, everything goes under control according to theory.
Mm-hmm.
So e6 was played.
Yeah, now bishop f4, bishop
d2. F4, yeah, usually the move.
Yeah,
right?
Or sometimes bishop d2, yeah. It depends, some small nuances. But to me, it seems that most likely nowadays in this variation, black tries to play for short castle usually, trying to play short castle, and then very sharp double edge positions very often arise because white is trying to mate black. Black is trying to push c5 and to get some counterplay in the center, and a lot of theory, and most of the time very sharp, interesting game. So I pin my hopes on this game. It can be a thriller.
That the youngsters are going to go for the blood, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the old guys. Aronian and Magnus. I mean, okay, generally speaking, of course, Levon is the old guy with his age of 37, and Magnus is only 30, but he's already there.
Still pretty old, yeah? No, for nowadays, chess. But yeah, I mean, that's bishop d2. Yeah, that's actually a move, in our good old days, we wouldn't even consider playing such move with white, yeah? But nowadays, theory is so developed and it's very difficult for white to get any real advantage anywhere. So bishop d2 is a try to get a game at least, and I'm sure objectively it doesn't bring white anything. It cannot, yeah, I mean logically, but at least it's a way to get a game. So and white is still, of course, it's still white, so he can try to press a bit. So it's not made, definitely I'm sure that it's becoming quite popular, this move, but I'm sure it's not because it's the best move in the position, just because it's not yet sterilized still a draw. Most probably that is the main reason.
What is very interesting for me to see that in these systems, many times we are seeing G4 and stuff like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if shortly something like this would be happening, because that's my favorite move. And I think Aronian is the personality and character who is going for such moves, of course, with full preparation in his computer and in his mind. But actually, it is interesting for me that nowadays how often we see pawn moves like G4, H4, early opening phase of the game without castling. So I think the game is kind of changing, maybe also due to AlphaZero, because AlphaZero is playing moves like that, right? Giving up pawns for lines. But still, lately, I was kind of surprised how many times we have G4.
Yes,
so
it's true. It's of course with new engines and especially AlphaZero, there is a certain reassessment of classical motifs, chess motifs. I mean, if before, from time to time, G4 move was played and tried, but it was never really considered serious. Now, now already almost in any position, or even in very classical openings, you have to consider G4. Yeah, that it's an option. And computers, they are not anymore assessing it as a mistake or immediately giving an advantage for black after G4. No, it's now they start to consider it seriously also.
Do you think it's a possible move to play G4 here?
Oh, it's possible, but I doubt. I think Levon would go for more positional setup. I mean, it's a good move to play, on the demonstration board when we discuss it. Yeah, but the first round against decent
Magnus.
player like Magnus, yeah, to play G4, you have to be really brave. I would bet on more Rook C1, something more positional, maybe. I don't know. We will see. Yeah, Bishop D3. I mean, this kind of slow game. Maybe C takes D5 first. Yeah, maybe or Rook C1, C takes D5, E D5, and Bishop D3, something like that. Yeah, Rook C1, Bishop D3. So you have a game. At least like this, you avoid some forced lines, and you have a game.
Okay, we'll see what's going to be happening. What do you think going back to Caruana's game? And let's talk about the time control what we have, because in the Norway chess event, it's always famous that we are having special rules, special way of playing, and special calculation of points, right? So the time control is the players are having 2 hours and for the whole game, but from move 40, they get an extra 10 seconds per move. What do you think about the time control? For me, it's kind of very strange that you have a rhythm for 4 hours, right? You know that you have like 2 hours, you have to manage yourself. And then when you have, let's say, a minute in move 40 or 45, and then suddenly, practically, you're locked to your board. You cannot go to the bathroom. You cannot go anywhere, but you don't know how long it will last.
Yes, that's why I believe you should never, as much as you can, at least, you should never really leave 1 minute on the clock but it's quite, I guess it's quite difficult to get used to, because, it's so usual for us chess players is to think that, 40 moves, it's like in your head that once you make 40 moves, you can leave 1 minute, then you have this time control, and then you get the time to think. And here, all of a sudden, you realize that you don't have any more time, So I'm sure that if I would have been playing, I would really try always to have maybe 10, 15 even minutes on my clock, even if it's move 40, yeah. So, but it's very interesting also for me to see how players will deal with it. Yeah, how would they? I think they would probably do it different. Somebody maybe will spend more time in the opening and trying to, and will leave not that much time for the rest of the game or for after move 40. Somebody probably will try always to play faster, almost like rapid chess, and to have a lot of time for the second part of the game or a potential end game. So it's also interesting moment to see and to discuss later how fast they will be playing or how slow.
I was thinking about that in the last half a year, practically no serious player, classical top player, was playing classical games, right? Everybody was playing rapid games and blitz games and Armageddon games. So what effect can it have on the players? Because I would think that maybe the players actually fasten their play, and maybe they are not planning to think their time. So they are not even going to get in time trouble so much because they started to get used to it so much on the faster time controls.
Maybe it depends on the generation, because for me, I also had some periods when I've played a few rapid blitz tournaments in a row, and then coming back to classical chess, it really would take me 1 hour to get used to this, to classical chess back, because it's really like it's in your blood, yeah, this classical chess, yeah. So it's such a habit already to play, especially this kind of long time control, so to say. But the new generation, I don't know, maybe somebody like Firuja, I don't know if he actually, maybe he played several times more rapid chess games than classical. So maybe for him to play rapid is more normal, so to say, than to play classical. But for me, yeah, it was very easy always, It was much more difficult to switch other way around from classical chess to rapid and to blitz. But back was never a problem.
I think now we have an interesting position with Ariane against Fabiano, because now White is thinking what to be played. Queen capture on e3, and then he goes to the very solid setup, or to ruin the pawn structure with f takes e3 with the idea of taking rook takes f6, right?
And queen takes d6.
Well, queen takes d6, so black cannot go king e7 because immediately it would lose to rook f6 and knight d5. That's clear. So after f takes e3, what should black be playing? Probably.
First of all, Judith, I think you've played this variation with black. I think the main move, at least in our times, in our good old days, was king e7 or bishop e6, yeah? Instead of bishop takes e3. Instead of bishop takes e3, if I'm not mistaken.
Maybe
bishop takes e3 was supposed to be a wrong move. Before bishop takes e3, after White have played bishop e3, I think bishop e6, if I'm not mistaken, was.
I also think so.
I think you've played it yourself, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure that I had this. I didn't like this kind of structure.
Bishop e6, biship takes e5.
It's
d5,
pretty drawish kind.
Knight d5, and black was suffering a bit, but finally bishop takes e5, dc5, knight d5, a very long series.
Even f4.
I don't remember, but black was finally somehow managing to make a draw there. So bishop takes e3 was always considered to be not good because of f takes e3. And because d6 pawn is weak. But nowadays new engines, new new theory. So I'm pretty sure, since Fabiano played it very quickly, he has something on it. Against f takes e3. But basically, f takes e3 is probably winning a pawn.
I'm not sure. What about bishop g4? Probably White wants to take queen d6,
right?
I
would just take on d6 probably. Yeah. Also, I would seriously consider rook takes f6 as well. You
want to give up all your rooks?
Yeah, everything. Yeah, of course.
It's not your rook, right?
even when it's mine, lately, I was doing it. So
what about taking here?
Knight d5, I guess, maybe. I don't know if knight d5, queen takes c2. Yeah, knight d5, maybe queen takes c2. So I would probably first then
rook d6.
Maybe even queen takes d1. Rook takes d6.
I had the feeling that you want to give up both of your exchange. I had this feeling,
gf, knight d5, but I doubt this shouldn't be too good. Queen c5 probably. Yeah. Queen c5. Well, but still, bishop h3. It's interesting, no?
Maybe it's not good, but you prefer to play it with White. You just don't want to see something like this with
it might be quite strong. I really think compensation is very powerful for White. But I think the idea is to play probably bishop e6 after f takes e3, I guess, yeah? And then bishop e6, at least rook f6, gf6 is already okay. And after queen d6, probably just rook c8 or something, I don't know, just to give up a pawn, and because of this pawn structure, or takes king e7, and because of this pawn structure, black tries to pretend that he has enough compensation for the pawn. Maybe
I
takes
don't
king
know.
e7 because I'm afraid of knight d5 ideas here. Yeah, maybe queen takes d6, rook takes d6, king e7.
But then rook b6.
Yeah, I don't like it, but I guess it's a preparation. Rook b8 maybe, yeah. I mean, it doesn't look good at all. Knight d5 check, I don't know.
No, this is something, no, he has something else in mind.
Yeah, you know, I'm not totally sure if he haven't confused simply some, I don't know. I mean, we
No,
will
but
see.
what about queen c5?
Queen c5. Well, I think I would just take on f6
Anyway.
without rook f6. No, rook f6 I would take. I mean, of course, queen d6 also, but even rook f6, it's always terribly dangerous. That is, yeah, that is, let's say, dangerous. Let's put it mildly. But
Bishop
I
e6?
think also
Queen e5.
well, your king, yeah, queen f5. At least maybe you can castle, but in general, you know, with your king, I don't know. I mean, but also rook f6 looks like a very powerful resource. Yeah, gf knight
After
d5.
rook f6, I take back.
Knight d5 maybe.
I go bishop e6 and I'm fine.
Bishop e6 and you're fine. Yeah, that could be true. Before queen c6. Yeah, you want to play.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, has queen f2.
Well, white
queen
can
f2,
have
yeah.
compensation, but it's
yeah.
okay for black, I think.
It is, I don't know, queen f2. I mean, maybe it's
And
okay.
actually, we have on the board, we have
yeah, bishop
bishop
e6.
e6.
Yeah, so that, yeah, so queen d6. What is the point after queen takes d6?
I think he's taking a knight d7. What do you think?
But then I don't like knight d5.
Rook c8.
Yeah, it's true.
I don't know. It seems like it's a pawn down.
Yes,
I don't know.
To me also it seems like this. Yeah, but maybe we bishop takes d5 then maybe with ed5, king e7, rook d7. Yeah, also. I mean.
1 second. This was
this I don't like also. I mean, knight d5. I don't takes rook c. I don't know. It's definitely some computer preparation, but
no, but this doesn't look funny.
No, this looks terrible. Yeah.
So what does he have in mind after queen d6?
After
well, rook c8 was a possibility. So
yes, maybe rook c8, but it's first of all, it's not really playing for a win. Let's say to start with. Yeah. It doesn't
yes,
look
but
like
you know, against the g3 system, it's extremely difficult.
There are some ideas with h5. I saw they were trying to play h5, h4. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's all looking strange, but I'm pretty sure that, Fabi, he has analyzed it. And I am sure it's not too bad. Yeah, maybe rook c8. I'm just thinking now if queen c7, rook c7, if rook d2, maybe even rook takes c3 can be a strange way of playing, and then king e7.
Wow, that I
think
it's very interesting. Maybe this is what he has in mind.
Yeah, because rook c8 and comes. I mean, I don't know about a4, but pawns are terrible, white pawns. Yeah, even if
this is interesting.
A huge position.
Crazy double pawns for white.
Yeah, and this e4 pawn is weak. I don't know, but I was a bit concerned. I was thinking that maybe queen c7, rook c7, knight d5 immediately can be dangerous. Possibly.
The pawn structure is not something that we are envying, I think.
Yeah, but still a4, I guess maybe bishop c4. I still would say that it's white who is playing for a win here, but
we have rook c8 on the board.
On
the board. So actually, I have strongly the feeling that this is his idea.
Yeah, but I don't know after knight d5. I was a bit concerned if maybe
C2
rook takes
pawn.
c2. Yeah.
c2. Even you can take it immediately.
Yeah, immediately. That's what I thought maybe is.
No, and then black is at least fine.
Yes.
Very interesting.
True. Yeah. Then another point is that of course white is not obliged to play queen takes c7. Yeah, the other moves.
Well, he might come back, for example, right, to d2, for example. But then I believe that there is a good chance that there is a good compensation for
yes,
black.
I mean,
black will castle.
Structurally, black has compensation, of course.
And white cannot move with his knight because of the c2 pawn is under attack.
Yeah, and you know, of course, what move I would consider here.
Rook f6, what else, right?
Of course, Rook f6.
But I wouldn't be afraid too much. You just want to get rid of it.
I'm not sure it is a good move, but it's interesting, like queen f2 and then to try to go knight d5, bishop d5, e d5 at some point.
Well, I guess rook f1 first?
Rook f1, yeah.
Queen e7?
And now knight d5. Takes, and then to try to play,
Bishop e4.
Yes, of
well,
course.
Well, probably I wouldn't let you to play bishop e4.
Yeah, just...
Queen f4?
Queen f5, I don't know, But of course we can discuss it as long as we want, but I'm sure it's all analyzed by Fabio. It's all written in his notebook.
But at least it's interesting for us. Anyway,
yeah,
he was spending only 5 minutes so far.
I would say maybe also queen b4 can be interesting move. I don't know. I mean, lots of options. Yeah, lots of options. So I'm pretty sure Ariane will now think for a while. I mean, because many interesting options for white.
Well, I must say it's an interesting novelty. At least it's novelty to me, this pawn sacrifice. And it's interesting that with this game, we can talk a little bit about how the computer influences the game. Because can you imagine this, that it would come to our mind, let's say 15 years ago, that we just sacrifice the pawn and we are analyzing it further? I think it's absolutely comes from the engine's life that it became so obvious that every top player is using the engines and paying attention a lot on the suggestion it makes.
Yeah, definitely, because so many nowadays lines which are played as this one, for example, which definitely before computer era we wouldn't even consider. I mean, it's clear you wouldn't even start analyzing it. Your pawn down, king is in the center, knight d5, rook f6 is coming. I mean, you wouldn't even look at it. But yes, so it changed a lot. It really changed a lot. And I don't know, to better, to worse. After all, who cares if it's to better, to worse? It is, yeah, it is like it is. But yes, it's true. It's nowadays you have to adjust, I guess, especially for players of older generation. I mean, it's sometimes you play some lines which you really don't like the look of it, yeah. But okay, computer says it's fine and it's very important, critical line, so you just go for it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that, well, I remember how difficult it was for me to adjust myself that I'm ready to take the advice of the computer in openings, let's say. And then little by little, it gained my trust. And of course, I think the players, especially with youngsters, they have to watch it very much, how much you trust the computer. So you have to keep the balance, being critical about the suggestions. So you're the boss who's sorting out the suggestions and giving the directions where to dig deeper and going further in lines. How were you using the computer in, let's say, World Championship matches? Were you using it like 24/7 all the time? And how did you filter it, the information?
No, quite a lot, yeah. But, nowadays, you're right, it's a very important issue nowadays, especially for young players, that I have a feeling that many young, even very strong players nowadays, prominent, who can be top players, very top players in future, they don't question computer at all. And let's say mathematically they are right, because 99% of time computer would give a better move than a human player. So you can of course follow the computer and just play the moves which computer offers to you. But the problem is, the trouble is that you have to play on your own, a game, a certain game, a certain position. So it's very important that you, first of all, that you try to think anyway, even if computer gives you the best moves in each position, you try to see, you try to understand why, you try to get into the position. And also, I believe it's important to have a certain feeling whether you like it or do you like a position or not. I mean, and even if computer is happy about the position, but you just don't like it and you don't feel like it's you're comfortable playing it, I think you shouldn't play, and that you shouldn't play this variation. But that is, a little bit, worked with some young players in past, and I have a feeling that basically for them, computer is like God now. So if he says, that this move is 0.1 better than another move, they just go for it. That's all. No discussion, no. And I believe it's a minus. I believe you have to be you must be a boss, in this duet, computer and human. You have to rule it. You have to take the leading role, and most of the time, something tells me that it's other way around with the young generation, and that might seriously stop them. Or at least reduce their chances of achieving. Of realizing their potential.
Yeah, I think these are great questions, but I also believe that this is also a matter of character. That how strong character are you, and how much self-confidence you have in being so critical about the computer when you know how good it is, right? And in our generation, we are the generation who were really studying over the board with a friend, with a coach. And then little by little, they sneaked into our preparation and into our life. So we were, of course, in the beginning, I think we were also afraid a little bit. And then we were like watching it in a very skeptical way, that it's something very strange and it wants to be smarter than we are.
Well, we had all reasons for it, because, that's maybe why we can be a bit skeptical sometimes about computers, because we still remember times when computers were pretty weak, when actually, we were laughing at the suggestions of computers. So these young guys, they already, they don't know such times. The only experience is computer playing or analyzing very well or just fantastically. They haven't seen computer making a huge positional mistakes, and we've seen it. So maybe that's why somewhere in some consciousness we are more critical. We are more able to reject the computer's opinion or suggestion or computer's assessment, and and just to play anyway a move which computer doesn't approve. But it's hard to say. But what are the reasons? But I believe that it's like in everything in life and in chess, also in your preparation, in the way you improve in chess, the equilibrium is very important. It's just to be, to do everything in a very smooth way, not too much, not too little. And that is probably a key of success in general in chess, is to be very balanced. And I think that especially this thematic, which is working with the computer, is now becoming maybe one of the most important issues for all players, is how to find this equilibrium, how to find the right the right percentage of work when you think on your own, when you give the computer to decide. And I have a feeling that Magnus is very good at it. He has a very good balance.
So let's move on to his game, because we had some moves since we left that position. So after b6, c takes d5 was played, which you were suggesting. E takes d5, rook c1, rook e8, bishop d3. Black is waiting until white plays bishop d3. So actually he's gaining a tempo, right? After bishop a6. So white had to take in two moves. On a6 takes. And now white short castled. So this is the position we have. Very solid game so far by Levon against Magnus.
Yes, it is a quite theoretical position. But from the other move order, starting with bishop d3, there is a line where black plays b6, bishop a6, and then later white takes on a6, bishop d2, rook c1. It considers to be very solid for black. And I remember some years ago when I studied this line, it became fashionable. I was playing black, Nimzo Indian also with black. And I remember this feeling again, this strange human feeling, which is probably now not relevant anymore. That computer was saying it's equal, but I didn't like it for black, so I was not going to this line. I somehow I felt it should be slightly better for white. I mean, I was not happy with it, but computer was always saying equal, no problem. I don't know, matter of taste, yeah. Maybe, but I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm not very. I wouldn't be happy, let's say, with black here, even if I understand it subjectively, maybe quite okay. So Magnus, he played bishop f8, yeah, I think.
Yeah. Well, it's logical to move back. The question is he planning to play c5 or c6 and knight c7? Probably c5, right?
I think c5 if he will be allowed.
Let's say I go queen a4, knight b4.
If it works, knight b4. But I'm not sure it works. There is knight b5, a3 moves. Yeah, it looks quite dubious. Also, knight b5 was looking quite dangerous. Yeah, maybe just some tactical resource trying to.
Yeah, knight d3, rook c2, I guess. Or yeah, after knight d3, rook c2.
Magnus would go queen c8.
After queen a4?
Yeah, that's my feeling. Queen c8, then trying to play queen b7 and c5, yeah. Maybe now already c5 can work.
I don't like this queen on c8 when my rook is on c1.
True, but once it gets to b7, then somehow it starts to look already more, reasonable somehow. No, it's clear that here, once you have queen b7, rook d8, knight c7, knight e6, you have a very good position with black. The question is how to manage it. I mean, maybe also instead of knight e5, there might be some tactical, problems. Yeah, just knight e2, maybe trying to stop the c5 pawn. I mean, it's,
yeah, but after knight e2, knight e4 can be unpleasant, I guess.
I don't like this c6 square. I mean, it can be, but this c6 square is a bit knight f4, queen c6.
And what about c5 anyway?
I'm a bit worried. dc5, maybe, yeah. bc5, and then these pawns are pretty weak. I'm afraid bishop c3, knight f4, rook d1. It's really like, I don't know if you managed bishop c3, d4, bishop d4. Yeah,
bishop
maybe
d4.
Yeah, so bishop c3, and if here it doesn't work, queen g4, h3, okay, yeah, also e6 is hanging. bc, yes. Let's say bc, bishop c3, knight e4, knight f4 maybe.
Sorry?
Yeah, if queen a4, I think queen a4 is a logical move. Yeah, knight e2. If c5, let's say here, yeah, after knight e2. c5, dc5. Okay, if you don't take with the pawn, then it's just a bit worse, even if it's quite solid. Knight takes
but
c5,
it's quite solid. No, after knight c5, solid, yeah. Queen b7, knight, I don't know, queen d4 maybe?
I don't know, h4 maybe, who knows, yeah. It's solid, queen to b7.
Anyway, your queen is not standing too well.
Queen b7, knight f4, but still it's an isolated pawn.
Yeah, but how can you take advantage of it?
One day, maybe. Not immediately, for sure, yeah.
You want to say this is a long day, so...
Yes. You should ask Anatoly Karpov, this question. He was
I remember you patient. Torturing me for quite a long number of moves, I must say.
But I mean, at least it's already something, isolated pawn, yeah. I think Magnus, yeah, he got, I don't know, maybe it's even a theoretical position, but yeah, now I think it's a very important critical moment of the game here because that is now in next three moves, I would say actually the very important question will be answered. Yeah, if black is fine, let's say having queen on b7, pawn on c5, and maybe even potentially can try to play for advantage one day, or he will have some very concrete problems to solve, which is also actually an option. Yeah, so I think if I would be white here, I would really take time now and to try to find something some pretty direct solution. Maybe immediately knight e2. I mean,
can white play go knight b5?
Knight b5, maybe c5.
And after c5 to capture.
bc probably. I wanted to do the same, but with a knight on e2 actually.
And you want to say it stands better?
Yeah, I thought of then maybe it might go to f4 one day and then attacking the pawn, because on b5 it's interesting. Queen a4, it's also possible.
Yeah, queen a4. I want to go.
Queen d6. Bishop a5, queen a6 or something. Yeah. I mean, it can also get better for black one day. I mean, it's very tactical. Yeah, you need to be sure that. That's why I thought maybe knight e2 can maybe knight e2 immediately if we already don't want to play queen a4, because if c5, dc5, if knight c5, then of course we get at least.
Yeah, that's a long game.
Yeah, I mean bc probably, and now bishop c3. So I'm attacking the pawn on d5, trying to take on f6 and take on d5. And if knight e4, let's say knight f4, can you really protect this pawn?
Yeah, knight c7, bishop a5.
Bishop a5 looks quite unpleasant.
This gives a hard time.
So unless you have some tactical solution here, knight takes c3 is not.
You can take with probably with the rook, no?
Yeah, rook. Again, the question is if you maybe even taking on d5 or rook d3. I mean, it's very easy to lose a pawn here. Yeah?
Well, maybe black is just in time with bishop c5, bishop b4.
It can be, but I was also thinking that maybe bc3 can be. Yeah, you're right. This is probably good, but also b takes c3.
Yes,
might be. I mean, bc3 because it's d5 pawn is knight c7, and first of all, there is
actually knight e2 is on the board. So what we are looking, this is what we are looking, and Levon just played knight e2. I'm not sure Magnus is so happy with this position. What do you think? He would rather play it with the white side also, no?
I think Magnus would be happy with both sides here because he knows he's good, yeah. But frankly, no. Again, it's really very much a matter of tempus, because if black goes queen, maybe queen c8 and then queen b7, if he's in time to get c5 and not to have with the central pawns, he would be perfectly fine. It's just that it's knight f4. Maybe he has bishop d6. If knight f4. Maybe or
okay, what do you think to go back to, let's see, Firuza's game against Duda, because we have a few moves, not much. We left at with bishop d2 was played, and then the development was quickly done by both sides. King b1, castle, knight e4, c5. So actually we are still in theory.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm pretty surprised that Duda he's thinking for a very long time here. I mean, it is a major theoretical position. Even I think, I remember the knight f6, g4, immediate g4, a lot of theory here. I mean, I guess if you're playing, because Firuza, his main weapon is Caro-Kann, as far as I remember, and this position could have been predicted more or less, and it's pretty strange, the preparation of Duda, that it's clearly he's out of book, or he cannot really remember his analysis, but it's not a good news for him, because the position is extremely sharp, a lot of forced lines, unless you just want to make a draw, take dc5 and try to change queens and make a draw, but then it's not a great beginning of the tournament to play like this. But if you want to play sharp, really to play for a win, now white has to know and remember quite a lot. And it doesn't seem that at least one of those two is the case.
Well, that is, it's not a good sign for Duda in the game one that he is not prepared for this, and he spent 36 minutes already of his time. Mm-hmm. Of course, it's not a big problem that he's left with 1 hour 24. It's more of a problem that he's spending time in a theoretical position, which actually we expect him to know. Yeah. But another option is that he knows too much and he's hesitating which line to choose because none of it is so good that he's happy with. So now he's thinking and goes through on the different lines, right? Okay, if I go here, then still it's not good. If I go there, it's also not enough. So what should I do?
Or there is a third variation. There is a third variation, which is Garry Kasparov's variation.
Which is?
That I've noticed quite often in the 90s when we played in the same tournament that, when he analyzed extremely deeply the position and actually has a big novelty and he knows it's going to be really tough for his opponent, then he would sometimes start thinking a bit too much at the beginning, just to give an impression that he's not so well ready, prepared in this line, just to make his opponent go into this particular line. And by the way, frankly, I've understood it pretty quickly. And then for me, it was a big signal. If he starts to think, in the theoretical position, like 5 minutes trying to pretend that he's choosing which line to play. Now I have to really do anything to move out of the main line because he has something really big in the main line. So for me, maybe for others, they were getting into this trap. For me, it was exactly the other way around. For me, it was a very clear indication for the main line. He has something serious there. But Garry is a different type of preparation player. His preparation was amazing always, and he had a lot of ideas and very hard worker. So, and very experienced player. I think here we are more witnessing, frankly, your proposal is, what you said makes a lot of sense and it happens sometimes, but I would still bet on the first variation. Sorry, Judith, still bet on this. That for some reason, Duda, he probably doesn't know that much in it, and even what he knows, he doesn't really remember it precisely, and that's why he's taking so much time, because now it's a big decision whether you play very sharp and g4 or something, then it becomes a mess with g4 takes g4. I think
or takes here and knight f6.
I think g4 knight takes g4 was the main move. Also this, they're very sharp lines, so it is a hesitation, because f5, something like this. Very, very complicated sharp lines. Queen c4, maybe. I don't remember, frankly. But
maybe he's also hesitating whether, he would like to play the sharp line, but it's round one, so maybe I should go something more solid. But if I go more solid, then I have nothing.
Just nothing, yeah. That's,
right. So it's not an easy decision. At the same time, if we go back to the Tari Caruana game, we have a few moves. Not much has happened, but still, after rook c8, for the newcomers, we can summarize what has happened in this game. Basically, at this point where Fabiano took bishop e3, it was something kind of new for us, that it may be possibly a novelty. Actually, it's a pawn sacrifice, as black has to sacrifice it with bishop e6, queen d6, rook c8. And I love the idea of what Vladimir was telling to us, that if queen c7, rook c7, the knight cannot move because the c2 pawn is under attack. And if white would be preparing this with rook d2, then black would 99%, Fabiano had this in mind, I think, to capture on c3. Actually, maybe even he would be grabbing.
Maybe even bishop a2, then rook d6 have to be considered, but maybe it's still okay. King e7, rook b8, Rook a1, rook takes a6, a lot of variations to calculate.
Yeah, but even what we looked in king e7, play king e7 seems to be there is a great compensation for black. So in the game, after rook c8, white played a4, which is interesting. Probably he wanted to stop black move to play b5. Black played h5. This we were discussing that at some point it is possible, but I'm not sure if
they're fighting for a tempi, yeah, because White doesn't want to exchange queens on c7 because he's kind of losing a tempi, and Black also doesn't want to take on d6, yeah, because then the rook can enter and go to b6. So it's
actually, it's a very interesting thing in chess, I think, that this keeping the tension. How do you decide? It's a typical thing that I don't want to take on d6 because then white rook gets active after rook d6, right? But white says, no, I'm going to keep on that black cannot castle, so I don't want to take on c7. I still keep the tension and I want to make something useful move. But it's not so easy. So h3 was played, I guess, in order that after h4, white wants to go g4.
But I think black would probably at some point take on d6, rook d6, king e7. It just he needs to find the best possible moment for it. But it looks to me quite fine. King e7, rook b6, rook c7 maybe.
But then knight d5. I think black can be in trouble.
But knight d5, bishop d5, and knight e8 maybe or something, yeah. Of course, it is dangerous, might be in trouble, but if he's in time to get his knight on d6, maybe it's not too bad.
But here, now, I think rook f5 is unpleasant here.
Rook f5? Why? If I just... because I don't have f6.
Well, f6, rook e6.
Rook e6, king f7, yeah. Everything, everything is in Caruana's notes, don't worry. Everything
in d7 or f7?
Actually. I don't know, both are interesting. Both
very strange rooks.
Trying to get knight to d6, yeah. Of course, it looks slightly dubious. Also, I'm thinking about queen d6, rook d6, knight d7, maybe even.
Yeah, that I think I prefer.
Yeah,
for
just
the moment.
Safer. Because again, I mean, I believe that if black manages to stop knight d5 or some very direct, concrete play for white, he can get better at one day. Yeah, king e7 and then rook takes c3.
It's still some time, but let's say
but there is a potential. There is a certain potential, yeah, because these pawns are weak. Yes, and
maybe knight b6 and knight c4.
Yeah, for example, some rook h6, knight b6. Also, maybe I could have taken on c3 immediately after rook f2. Maybe, yeah. And next king e7.
Yeah, actually, I like this for black.
Yeah, there is a potential because the pawns are so weak. Yeah, rook c8.
Absolutely, very interesting play by black.
So I would seriously consider, taking on d6, knight d7, and maybe trying, or even knight d7 immediately. I'm not sure about a4 move and h3. I don't know. A4 looks a bit strange to me, but.
Well, now Fabiano is thinking and hesitating. I don't know if he ever going to play rook h6 at some point in the game.
It could be, it could happen one day, yeah. But I see nothing wrong with taking on d6, playing knight d7, king e7.
But with rook h6, I think that it can be interesting from point of view, let's say rook h6. And just seeing a line, if white takes, and white goes, well, now he doesn't go knight d5, but I just wanted to show that from h6, it can go all the way to b6 on the 6th rank, right? Eventually, or even to rook g6.
Yes. It's just that maybe white can try to move the queen out, away to b4 or something. I would be a bit, just in case, I would try to eliminate the queen, because we shouldn't forget that the black skin is still in the center, yeah, and
it will not castle after
not extremely comfortable, yeah. So I would just, for the sake of safety, take on d6, and I don't see what's black's problem. Yeah, I don't know if h4.
Want to take and play knight d7,
yeah,
right?
Maybe knight d7 is very solid. Unless there is knight d5, I don't see
C2
such a big deal. Yeah, you can take on c2. I'm just checking if there is some tactical, something tactical I don't really see. But otherwise, yes, you just play king e7 and having a very good game.
No, this is very interesting what you're saying. Rook f2, rook c3, and king e7, rook c8. I think this is something can be really annoying from white side.
At least in practical sense. I don't know if
yes,
maybe computer-wise white is okay, but practically I would definitely take black here. I mean, no doubt.
Okay, so
maybe
Fabiano,
rook fd1, maybe rook fd1 and trying to play after knight d7 and to try to play. I mean, after knight d7, yeah, was finally because we wanted here knight d7. Maybe try to go rook fd1 and then some. If king e7, maybe rook d7, just to try to play for.
But maybe
initiative.
Anyway it's possible.
Yes. Anyway, I'm also thinking that even here it looks not too bad. Yeah, king e7.
Actually, h3 is not helping white's position.
Yes.
And also the a4 maybe would be better on a3, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, let's see. Let's see how it will continue. But for now, I mean, I think the opening strategy of Caruana
was good.
Yeah, it looks like.
Yeah. So what about Aronian Carlsen game? In the meantime, black played after knight e2, queen c8, as you suggested before. So probably he wants to go all the way to b7 and play c5, and white played queen a4. We had it with a different move order, right? We played queen a4 first, queen c8, and then knight e2.
I suppose c5 probably is the move. Not such a big choice, because otherwise, if queen b7, then even b4 might be dangerous.
Yeah, that
also queen c6. Yeah, queen c6 doesn't look. I mean, it would be very difficult to push c5 and b4. So I suspect Magnus to play c5 here, probably. But then, yes, you have to be there. Quite some moves before, maybe. Although I'm not completely sure. b4, c4, b5. This I doubt is too good. Probably black should be doing well. Must be fine, because
it shouldn't be bad for black. No, even probably knight c7. He goes.
Yeah, bishop b4, some positional idea, but a6 will come. A6. Yes, I doubt. Yeah, I doubt this is the way. I think after c5, most probably. There is a bishop c3 move, but I think dc5 probably is very low.
But after, let's say, bishop c3, can't black go c4 or b3?
I'm just afraid of b3, yes. It just, of course, positionally, it's very good, c4. The question is if you're in time to...
but maybe I just go rook b8.
Yes, let's say bc4.
Maybe, I don't know, let's try. It's not my position, so I go dc and b5.
Maybe queen b5. Yeah, but of course, if you manage b5, you'll be just better. But
because I was also thinking about queen c4.
Queen c4, yeah.
But then queen d1 probably, yeah?
Could be. Also takes an a4 has to be checked, yeah? Takes on c4, dc, a4. I don't know, what is it? It's very double-edged position.
Yeah, the c4 pawn is kind of weak.
Weak or strong, can become strong, can become weak, yeah? It depends on... But it's risky. I don't think it's a style of Magnus. I think bishop c3, my bet is that he would play knight e4 probably after bishop c3.
Yeah, c4 is too committal.
Yeah. Move. Knight e4, and then again some calculation. Yeah, knight f4. You need to calculate variations. Yeah. Let's say queen b7, maybe knight takes d5, b5, queen a5. I don't know. Let them calculate. Queen a5, maybe. Yeah.
Wow.
And then who knows what is
happening. Can't black just go queen d5 and c4?
Yeah, also I also was thinking about b4 move. Yeah, take c4.
And rook e6, rook g6. I mean, I see some perspective over there.
Yeah, you're right. It's interesting. It's true. Yeah, I mean, it's quite sharp. Yeah, knight e4. Yeah, that's possible. But also knight e4, dc5. You need to calculate variations here. Yeah, that's a problem in chess. You can play very good positional game, but one day some moment comes that you need to calculate very precisely.
Okay, I think maybe we can see in the confessional booth Tari was visiting. So if once we can have that, I think it's interesting because I'm curious what he has to say. So what do you think about the confessional booth as it is when it came in? Actually, I never played in a tournament where we had the confessional booth. To tell you the truth, I don't know if I would want to visit and share my thoughts during the game, because if I don't say anything, then it's boring. Why do you go there? If you say something interesting, then I'm not sure you want to share that.
Yes. Also, I did it once or twice. I've played also when I played in Stavanger some years ago. But I was not sure. Somehow it's a little bit strange feeling, because when you have a conversation, when you speak with somebody, it comes naturally. Yeah, you joke or you say something. But when you come there, you go. Especially you're looking in front of the camera, and I don't know. It's a strange feeling. It's a strange thing for. So I was not sure, because you also have to be quick, rather, to say something quick. It has to worth it. Yeah, that people will look at you and will listen to what you say, and they would be interested in what you say. So somehow I felt like most of the time, whether you just give a line, okay, so what's a big deal? Yeah, whether you make a joke, it also looks a bit strange during a game. So I was not sure about it. I mean, the idea itself is extremely interesting. I quite like it, but somehow when I faced it myself, I had a feeling I've got nothing really exciting to tell.
But maybe the players, do you think to some players it can be a help that actually they can give out the tension, or they can give out their thoughts and then they get rid of that?
I think it's not a help, but it's not a problem also. I mean, maybe for young generation, it is, again, something more natural to talk into a camera, and we will see. Let's see how it's going, and let's see. I'm sure every day we will have some confessionals, and let's see what will be the subject of their conversations. Yeah, maybe they'll just not even talk about chess, but something else. Yeah, which I've heard a few times also.
Yeah, that's true. Well, in the meantime, we have some moves between Ariane, so we will listen maybe that what he had to be shared with the big audience. Anyway, we have queen takes d6 takes, and knight d7 was played. So we still see that Fabiano is making everything under control, I think. The big question will be, if it's a question, if let's say after rook f2, is he going to be taking on c3? Or is there any chance that he's not going to be taking there?
Frankly, if I would be white, I would really now try to find something quick, maybe try to consider knight d5 and play for rook c2, knight b6, whatever, just try to be safe, because I really believe that white can easily get worse in this position, easily.
What do you think about the crazy move?
I like crazy moves.
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy enough, but it's some prophylactical idea against rook
No,
c3.
it's very, very interesting. Still king e7. Yeah, black is, I really like black here.
Rook d3?
Yeah, and just positionally rook
d8?
c somewhere. Yeah, let's say rook c7 or something, or rook just doubling rooks. White.
But now I think knight d5. Now knight d5.
Yes, but even if you take and go rook h6 or king d6, even, you know, besides, I mean, even despite the pawn material advantage, I prefer black. A lot of, I mean, very strong blockade. I really like black here. But yeah, so there potential of pushing f5, g5, h4. I mean, I will block your pawns. You will not manage before c4, c5, and otherwise.
Well, I mean, that I will not
strategically, it's very good for black. Then, of course, the question is if you manage some counterplay with white. But I think strategically, black is doing very well.
Okay, let's see what did you have in mind after knight d7?
I would maybe try knight d5 just to, but not really. This active move is not trying to win or trying to get advantage. It's more trying to equalize somehow. Rook takes c2, and now at least, you know, with this structure, it's much more difficult for black to get coordination. Yeah. So now some ideas, for instance, b4, maybe even, or I don't know, just I want.
But black should be better.
Yes, if you manage, yes, you will be better. Yeah, I agree. But the question is how? Maybe by just.
Well, for example, what if I go rook h6 and rook g6?
Rook h6, rook g6.
Well, I have other ideas too.
Yes. You are tricking me, yeah?
Some kind of bishop h3.
No, rook g2 is a threat, yeah? Bishop h3 and rook d6. Yeah?
Immediately rook h3 would be also quite fine for me.
So here, okay, then maybe I would, instead of
Actually,
before,
there is no defense, is there?
No, in fact, you are right. Maybe rook f2.
Rook f2
I mean, I don't say that it works, but that's something I would. Or knight b6. No, actually, yeah. Instead of b4, maybe I can try knight b6. I just want to make a draw somehow.
But you're not going to, because king e7.
Yes. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I can. No, my plan was maybe rook d1. And maybe tactically, I don't like it, but
I think black can just go knight c5 even, no?
Yeah, and before, I don't know, playing for tactics, I mean, because strategically I don't like my position, but maybe tactically, I was not even sure if you couldn't just go rook d8 instead of knight c5, I mean, strange move, but after all, why not? Or knight f6 back or something. I mean.
Knight f6 I was also considering.
That's but I on knight b8 even trying to go knight c6. I mean, I don't like my position, so that would be my thinking, that I don't like it and I want to make something, I don't like it strategically, so I want some complications.
But
some
even
tactical solution.
Can't black go rook b2?
Well, you mean knight d7, rook d8? But no,
yes.
Rook d7, there is maybe rook d7, rook
but
d7.
Rook d7 then takes?
And then rook b7 I have,
And it's a pin?
It's a pin, but it's a knight.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know, rook d8 has to be. It's an interesting...
Grilled.
But can be, yeah.
But maybe knight d7 as your only chance, right?
Yes, right. Yeah, absolutely.
But okay, it's not funny. Even rook g2, but even this, I'm not sure that it's okay for white. I think the knight should be in trouble.
No, yeah, but you have to go put your king far. Oh, this I shouldn't lose, probably.
Yeah, white should be saving.
Bishop f1, yeah. But in any case, I would start calculating some very active moves because I just, if black gets king e7 and so on, I just think black is better simply. So I mean, I don't know if knight d5 is not really a move I would be happy with, but out of desperation, I would say it's because I don't know what else. What would be your choice, Judith?
Well, I think knight d5 is an upset story from white side. It's a sad story.
Yeah, but maybe it's already a sad story. I don't know. You know, I like tactical sad stories more than strategically sad stories. I'm really not a fan of strategical sad stories.
Yeah,
so,
it's like a one-way business.
Yeah, when
right?
you sit and defend all your pawns on white squares with a bishop and try to hold some kind of fortress. So I mean, knight d5. Maybe it doesn't work, but at least I.
This is a typical high-class chess player. I always say that with the top guys, you don't see that they go into passive defensive positions unless it's like they really have to, or by chance they end up. If they have a choice, you will go for the active defense.
Especially in strategically dangerous positions, yes. But rook c2, but maybe it's a wrong choice because
maybe rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2. Rook f2 might, but I just don't like even.
It's also ugly.
Takes and takes on d5. I mean, what I want is to keep all pieces, as many pieces as possible on the board, because even bishop d5 doesn't look pleasant. You have to take with a rook and king e7 with this pawn structure. h4 maybe, but
maybe.
Yeah, there are drawing chances, but it's worse in my opinion. I mean, it's slowly but surely this pawn structure is.
No, it's not.
I want to keep all pieces on the board since I already gave up my pawn, but I'm not sure it works. I mean, I'm not sure, frankly. But
if white doesn't go rook f2, then
yeah, well. I know what
about
you mean,
rook d1?
Rook d1, maybe, yes. I don't know what do I want, but at least I want to something active. Rook h6 and what can I do here?
It's awful with white. Sorry, but
it is, but
tactics all over.
Have to be optimistic, you know. Have to.
Well, I'm optimistic, but I'm very happy that it's not my position with white.
No, but again, there is, there is a certain coordination issue with blacks for black still. So maybe there will be tactical.
But why? King on
solutions.
e8 stands perfectly fine. The problem for white, even now, immediately rook g2 is a threat.
Bishop f1, some ideas.
Rook g6.
Rook g6. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, that's what I don't like. But still, who knows? Maybe there will be some miraculously. I don't see how. Yeah. I don't see how.
No, I understand that you want to go knight d5, but I think I would rather go to the somehow rook.
Yeah, but that is a sad story, as you rightly mentioned. So let's try. Let's first of all try to see if we can the confessional.
If we can get, I think we are going to receive it, but maybe there are technical issues still about that.
Okay, good. So
let's go back to Magnus. What do you think? Because some action happened after Queen A4, C5, of course, was played by Magnus. Yeah. Knight G3 by Levon. Queen B7. This was the target place for.
Yes, I mean, I don't like Knight G3. I will be frank with you. I really don't like Knight G3. Because it's a very important temp, in my opinion. Knight should potentially, if possible, try to get to f4 to attack the d5 pawn. Of course, it's very solid and kind of nicely placed on c3, but it doesn't attack anymore the center. And to me, it looks like black is perfectly fine after knight g3. I would just, even bc5 and knight e4, I would even slightly prefer. I mean, I would not prefer, but I wouldn't mind to be black anymore here.
Well, I think we have a little break because we have Fiona Stel Antoni in the press room, and I think they want to have some short break from us. And
very good. That's always welcomed.
Floor is yours, Fiona.
Judith, Vladimir, good to see you. It's nice to be here. It's a pity you guys can't be here, but it's great here in Stavanger to see this tournament get underway and to see some chess being played over the board again with the wooden pieces. And yeah, I think I can only report good things so far. The players are in good spirits. There were some jokes exchanged before the game.
It's not going to be for too long, Somebody will lose and then...
Well, at least so far, so good. So far, so good. Also, for example, Magnus and Levon before the game, they don't shake hands here, but they did the namaste. So that was very good to see. And yeah, in general, I don't know if you have questions, but all the restrictions are being kept up. And I think the main thing is that we're in kind of like a bubble. So all the players have quarantined either here in Stavanger for all those coming abroad, and Magnus and Arjen also self-isolated in Oslo. We were all tested twice, and so basically now we're all in this small bubble here, and no spectators are allowed, and this whole part of the hotel where I'm sitting, we are all cordoned off, so we just have to make sure we stay in our bubble and stay safe.
By the way, I've noticed that Magnus, he continued this maybe by habit, and he self-isolated his d5 pawn by playing knight takes c5. But no, it's also a good move, but also bc5 was possible, but he's in the self-isolation spirit.
Actually, can I ask Fiona, maybe you can tell me more about things as you are there, and unfortunately we couldn't make it because Vladimir is in Geneva and I'm in Budapest. But we are following every bit of the tournament. That is it a rule that they cannot shake hands or they can choose?
Yeah, no, it is a rule that they should not shake hands. And it was said yesterday in the technical meeting, they can come up with something else if they want to, but they should not shake hands.
And what happens if they do? Forfeit? Because I remember there were times when, there were some stories when if you don't shake hands, you forfeit the game. So now times are changing. Yeah, now it's other way around.
Yeah, times are changing. But yeah, I think nothing will happen. As I say, I think all the players should be fairly safe. They all have their hand sanitizer. I guess you have seen them on the camera use it every now and then. So hopefully, even if there is a mistake, it's not the end of the world, but it says in the rules they should not shake hands. And the last thing I wanted to say is for all the people watching, if they want to get more of an insight into behind the looks, they should make sure to follow us on social media, of course, on Twitter and also on Instagram, where I'm posting some behind the scenes snippets. So they should watch you, of course, for the chess, and make sure to follow us for all the on-site action.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. It was very good to see you and to know that everything is under control.
It is. See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
See you. So in the meantime, we got an isolated pawn, right?
Yes.
It's been...
I mean, it's perfectly fine. I don't see what was wrong with bc5, but it's a matter of taste. Knight c5 is also fine. I mean, to me, bc5, bishop c3, yes, looks logical. And knight e4.
Generally, are you against isolated pawns or only in this structure?
I'm not against isolated pawn, but if I can
avoid it,
choose between having isolated pawn, not having it with the same consequences tactically, I would prefer not to. I mean, I don't know. It's to me natural. Maybe I'm missing something. There is some maybe tactical way of playing for white, but otherwise, I guess you would agree with me. It's better to have c5, d5 pawns than.
Yeah, the only thing is that after b takes c5, the a6 knight is not well placed.
Yeah,
right?
not yet,
That's
but it comes soon. But in general, I like, and I think Magnus also. That's why I'm a little surprised he took with a knight. Even if again, it's not a mistake. I'm sure Black is perfectly fine here. But I think he likes strategically healthy, good positions. Without weaknesses. So humanly, again, I don't know what computer is saying, but humanly, I think BC was more natural at minimum. Yeah, let's put it this way. Unless I'm missing something very concrete. Yeah?
Well, I think after the game, we will be able to ask this from Magnus. What was the reason?
Yeah.
Maybe he will just say that he thought that both are good and he just wanted to have more activity with knights.
It's possible, yeah, maybe. But at least here, I would nominally prefer white to be white. And after BC, again, if you ask me which side I would take, I would probably take black, even if it's probably equal in both.
You would take black?
After BC5, I would be black.
After BC5,
yeah.
And what about
here,
this?
I would be white, even if again, I wouldn't mind being black also. I think it's pretty equal, probably.
So after bishop c3, what would you go? Which knight would you go to e4?
This is not the right question for me because I wouldn't have taken BC5. So don't ask me anything after knight takes e5 was played. No, I'm joking. Yeah, knight f4 probably. Yeah, it's okay for black, but another knight comes to e6. Yeah, it's very solid. Knight to e6. But still, white is even more solid than black. Both are very solid, but slightly more solid. Knight e2 maybe back, or just trying to.
But it doesn't seem much from white side.
No, it's not. It's almost nothing, if not nothing completely. But still, in a long run, you have at least the d5 weakness, at least something to hope for. And the very important d4 square, which is, where you can play around this d4 square, put your pieces around, and just make some useful moves. Yeah, it's equal. I mean, I don't say that it's anything for white, but
in the meantime, I think we can leave this position because it's going to be a long middle game, and something action is happening actually between Jan, Christoph, and Ali Reza, because a pawn sacrifice was made. Yeah. So actually, white played bishop e3 at the position we were considering that g4, and of course, its theoretical position. And knight e4, queen takes e4, knight f6, and the b7 pawn was given as a present to Duda.
Well, if you
is it a poisoned one?
Yeah, I can call it a present. Such a present, I'm not sure I would like to receive. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it looks very dangerous for white. Simply rook b8. I wouldn't have taken the pawn on b7.
You don't eat pawns like that, right?
I do, but I don't like it. I mean, only if I'm forced to. I mean, as I understand Caracan, usually the attack can be extremely dangerous here for black. Yeah? And I don't even know. He wants queen takes a7, I suspect. Yeah. But then knight d5.
Very hungry.
Bishop gets to f6. Maybe knight d5 directly. I don't know. Again, I am an old-fashioned man, and I have a very old-fashioned understanding of chess. But in my times, which was very, very long time ago, when the TV was black and white still, such pawns were not touchable. But nowadays times are different, so maybe I'm wrong. But
especially the youngsters. I remember I was also grabbing quite a lot of pawns, which was not necessarily so advised to be taken. But maybe after rook b8, white is not taking on a7, but plays queen c6, let's say, or queen a6.
Queen c6. Still knight d5, maybe. I don't know. On top of everything, you might lose your queen at some point. Yeah, it can get trapped. No,
not yet.
Not yet, of course, not yet. Yeah, but it's terribly dangerous. Even bishop f6, queen a5. It's such a dangerous position.
Yeah, it looks like we both
queen
would
a5,
want to
maybe
play.
Bishop d2, but bishop f6. It's just for some very small pawn, so to say, to give such
well,
such
it's also
initiative.
possible that it's a computer advised. Though if it would be, I would be very surprised if if Jan would grab it after 1 hour of thought.
Yeah, I doubt, but I guess it's a different approach. Again, young players, they calculate a lot. They're very good at this, and I guess he made a lot of calculations, and he thinks that it works, which might be the case, but I wouldn't even start calculating this move, frankly. It doesn't mean I'm right, but I would have played queen d3 immediately, not even because I just don't believe in it. Simply that's it. I just don't believe it can be good. But who knows if I'm right? Actually, Alireza, he played knight d5 here, which is also a very logical move. Yeah, I think he have played knight d5, and now d5
now c4 is not possible because knight c3. We can say this, right?
Yes. Or rook b8 first. Yeah, I think dc5. Okay, dc5 should be played.
Queen a6 was played quite instantly, I must say.
I saw dc5 and trying to give a queen.
But after dc5 also knight
c3 check. Yeah, that's unpleasant, but maybe takes and queen b3 after rook b8. I don't know if it's so clear.
It's funny, you're just saying a move like queen b3, like, okay, let's play a3 or something like
it's the most logical
move. The most natural move, right?
Yeah, but I mean, at least that's maybe not so clear. I don't know. And if you play dc rook b8, maybe rook takes d5 can be not so clear. I mean, I don't know, queen a6.
Okay.
Actually,
don't know. Maybe instead of knight c3, black should be going.
Yeah, then rook takes d5. I thought rook takes d5 maybe, because this knight is very unpleasant, very dangerous in my opinion. But queen a6.
You like to give up exchanges, I see.
I don't like to be under attack. Yeah, it's not really that I like to give up pieces, but I don't like when I'm getting mated somehow. Yeah. No, that's not so clear. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of pawns and.
Well, the question is, are you going to be able to defend your c5?
Knight d5 maybe.
Knight d3, but I'm not sure. Bishop f6, knight d3, bishop d4.
Yeah, but I've got 2 pawns and pass pawns. I mean, it's a lot of compensation.
Actually, here maybe rook d3.
Sorry, rook d3. Yeah, but then bishop f6, maybe f4. I would just go.
Well, even this is not the end of the world.
Not so
I mean,
clear,
rook here and rook h3.
But yeah, in any case, rook queen a6 was played. Yeah,
okay, I mean, let's see.
Yes, queen a6.
Actually, I like this queen a6. It stops c4, which can be important.
But
okay, what about rook b8?
Rook b, queen b8 maybe also. Yeah, I don't know. Also possible. Rook b8.
Queen b8?
Maybe.
Okay, king a1.
Time to jump. Maybe knight b4.
Queen c4.
Or rook c8, maybe another move. Maybe rook c8, just more slowly. Yeah? For example.
What about c4?
You're brave. You're brave. But maybe right. But knight b4.
Queen a4.
Queen a4, yeah. I'm just afraid that black has a bishop f6, and black has a very powerful compensation long term, even.
A4, a3, a5? Or
a3, knight c6, a5, yeah. I mean, it's such a dangerous position humanly. Maybe a computer wouldn't agree with me, but just so dangerous, this position.
Maybe a3 doesn't make too much sense. Maybe I should just play rook d2 or something. Yeah, but then you want to take on d4 and rook c4?
Is a good move, yeah.
Takes on c4?
Yeah, maybe, for example. I don't know. Yeah, of course, it's a lot of, concrete variation, but I just don't like it. I mean, I wouldn't play it because I don't like it. I'm queen b3, knight c2 check possible. That's one of the options, but I think there are many interesting options for black here. Also rook b8, why not? Why not rook b8 or even queen c7? I think it's just a very, very good compensation for black. I mean, I would no doubt not hesitate a second to be black here. I mean, not a second. even if computer says maybe 0.3 for white, I have no idea, but I wouldn't hesitate a second that I'm, I would choose black because.
Well, I would also rather take black if I would have the choice.
I mean, maybe DC5, but it's so dangerous. I mean, so easy to lose it. DC5, knight C3, check, king C1. Okay. If check, it's also not king C1.
But okay, takes and queen C7.
Takes, yes, but at least I don't get mated. Maybe C6, I can come.
You're very much afraid that you get mated and that you get double pawns and passivity. You rather give up all your pieces.
Not yet all.
Not
Usually
all.
I give up even more than that, yeah. But I don't know if DC5, maybe you also could have tried bishop F6, but that might be at least an
black
option.
is better. Don't you think so? Somehow the F3 knight is...
But no, it's very possible, yeah, but it's not 100% sure. Let's say if I try to go maybe even C6, okay, let's try. It might tactically work for white. I mean that he will be fine tactically. Let's say C3 or B3, I don't know, C3.
And rook.
Maybe rook D7, I've got quite a few pawns, yeah. Queen C6, I take rook A7.
No, here actually white got quite okay. 2 pawns for the exchange.
Yeah, it's sharp, but it might even be in white's favor already here, hard to say. But yeah, rook b5 maybe. But anyway, it's maybe I'm a panicker, yeah, but I will try to play DC or something, to give up exchange, but not to allow black concentrating his pieces on the queen side, because
let's go back to the Levon's game. What do you think? Because there are some moves and Levon goes a little bit passive. Of course, it is...
let's for a second maybe move to Tari's game, because
Tari's
it's H4
There
move.
also one move happened, H4.
H4.
And it seems like he felt important to play H4 to make space for his bishop on H3.
Or for black's knight on G4, yeah, potentially.
Well, okay.
I don't know. I don't like the move.
You don't like the move.
I don't like the move.
King E7?
Rook takes C3 also immediately, yeah.
Yeah, I thought just to play
because rook D3, bishop C4 at least, yeah. Maybe
that's
knight
what
D5.
I had in mind.
Yeah, knight D5 check. Maybe
but maybe now he wants to go rook D7.
But then, and bishop H3.
No, but then king C7,
yeah,
right?
King C7,
because after bishop E7, E6, rook F7 would be okay.
But again, I mean, after rook D3, you can even try just doubling on, even if bishop C4, let's say, yeah, it doesn't work for some unknown reason, but even if you just try to double or rook H6, I don't know. I mean, also rook takes C3 immediately.
Rook takes.
For example, BC, king E7. And I would say I'm not, of course it's maybe a bit of an exaggeration, but I'm not sure that pawn on H4 is better than on H3. I mean, not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting what he has in mind. Sorry to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure that saying pass, so to say, was not better than playing H4. Maybe I'm wrong, but I just don't, I mean, absolutely not clear if pawn on H4 is better than on H3. Not even to mention that it gives a tempo, yeah, to white. For
this position, I have the feeling that Fabiano is struggling to find what is the best move from all the choice he has. King E7, rook C3, possibly rook H6, even sometimes knight F6. He just tries to find the best possible. Even sometimes G5 can be a move, I think.
Yeah, I mean, in general, again, maybe white is objectively not really worse yet, but again, in a practical game, as a practitioner, as a practical player, I would be very unhappy if I'm white. I mean, I would really be unhappy. I really don't like white's position, in a practical sense. So, but okay, again, maybe computers wouldn't agree with us, but there is no doubt I would choose black here, no doubt. And I would be very very or in other words, over optimistic here. I would think that I have a good chances to take the initiative. And
well, in such a position, I think really the main question is that I'm pretty sure that Ariane is not happy with his position. Fabi is very happy with his position, but to convert a more pleasant position into victory, that's still a challenge because there are quite a few very tempting options for Black. Of course, Rook c3 is something the most obvious, and of course he had in mind that he's going to play Rook c3, King e7, Rook c8. But when you get a move like h4, you start thinking about it that, maybe there should be something better than that.
Yeah, I agree, but it's not the worst problem you can have in chess is when you have a choice of a few interesting moves. But it's true that sometimes, it's more difficult than when you have only one clearly stronger option. I mean, that's true. But Fabi is an experienced player, and he knows how to make choices. Yeah. Because actually it's also very important part of a game of chess is to make choices. It's one of the most important strengths of a player is when the game is very forcing and you have to make only move, that's everybody can do the same moves. But when like this, you have several different interesting ways of playing the position to find the best choice. To make the best choice. And to make it not to spend all your time on it and so on. That's actually a sign of a top player. So I'm sure he will. He will do well. He will do.
What do you think? What is the most important background of making good choices? How do you develop these skills to make the right choices, not to be afraid to make bad choice?
I think
was it always easy for you?
Not that difficult. No. I didn't have problem, but I know quite many players who really hesitate too much or too impulsive. So you have to be quite balanced, cold-headed, in a way, even if you are in general tempered person. But chess-wise, you have to be cold-headed, balanced, and have certain strengths, and of course experience helps a lot. With experience you learn how to do it, because I remember when I was young, even already a strong player, but I had this always problem when I had a very nice positional advantage, when everything is so nice. I just somehow I was enjoying the aesthetics of it, and I can basically let's say win some material by making my pawn structure worse. And somehow I was not doing it because I just like such a beautiful pawn structure, and it has beautiful weaknesses, but at some point you have to take this weakness, and that was a problem. But and some other issues also, to be practical. Sometimes I would start spending too much time trying to really understand there are two good moves, but probably one is a bit better than the other. And then I would take a lot of time to try to get into these nuances. And then with years, you start to be more practical. Okay, both moves are fine. Hard to say which one is slightly better than the other, but you need time, to convert to your advantage after. So you just make
In what type of position was it easier for you to make a decision? In a tactical position or in a positional position?
Usually, if I remember well, when I was piece up, that was always easier. No, but objectively, it depends. It depends very much. Of course, tactical positions are more difficult. You need to calculate a lot. And actually, although when I was young, I could calculate variations, not like now, but at least, it was never my strongest probably point. I never liked a very calculative game, but so it pretty much depends. But of course, it depends a lot on the objective assessment of a position. If it's good, okay, whatever.
For me, I think it was the most difficult thing all the time to assess the position, but of course it's part of making the right decision, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's quite tricky to, in some situations, to assess it, whether, well, with this pawn structure, is it good? It's not so good. In the meantime, actually, we have a move king e7.
It's also very subjective thing, yeah. But one thing which is clear to me is that okay, this is an extremely strong point of Magnus. I mean, he's by far the best in this, by far, from any other chess players in the world, is by assessment. I mean, his assessments are so precise and so cool-blooded, so to say. Yeah, I mean, he never gets emotional. I mean, I saw him assessing positions, and I was always amazed how often he was right, to a millimeter. Just okay, it's little slightly better, or 0.02 for white, and it was really 0.2 for 2.25 or something. I mean, his assessment. This is his. Definitely, not only that it's his very strong point, but actually it's where he makes such a difference with other players, I believe. I haven't seen a single player who was so precise and so stable in his assessment. I saw many, I mean, even Fabi, Levon, many very strong players, I don't even talk about myself, who would get too emotional, too optimistic, or all of a sudden start to think that you're worse, but there is no big reason. But I practically never saw it with Magnus. I mean, in this sense, yeah, that was always amazing me. How can he be, I would say, emotionless even, or whatever you call it. Yeah, not only precise, but because your assessment problems very often comes out of emotions, because you just you get excited, some initiative you want to win, and Magnus, he's like he's always cool-blooded there. So I think this is of course it's extremely difficult to have the right assessment, not only because sometimes positions are very complicated, but also because sometimes you have emotions, you have some different moods even. Some days you're just not in good mood and somehow any position looks bad to you. It happens sometimes. But yeah, that is, once you are good at assessing the position, you can look into future with optimism.
Well, in the meantime, King e7 was played, and Ariane is still thinking. And we see it's interesting body language. I think if we go to Magnus Carlsen against Fabiano, Levon is really having his hand, right? His head in his hand, like he's really thinking, focusing, concentrating, while Magnus is really seems like he is very comfortable with his position. And actually, in the last few moves, Levon made quite a few passive moves, right? Coming back with his queen to f1, his bishop to e1. I understand that it's kind of part of this kind of structure. At the same time, of course, I think White would be more happy to have his bishop and fianchetto on b2. But Black is quite active in this position. Shouldn't be any problem for him, is it?
Yes, but no targets, yeah. No targets, and White has a very solid setup. I mean, yeah, it's still equal, I would say. But bishop e1, rook to d1, queen on f1, why not after all? Yeah, I mean, White has a small structural advantage, and okay, it's not enough to give him anything, but his position is so solid that it's difficult to imagine also Black becoming better here. I mean, soon. Who knows? Maybe the game is long, they will play, and maybe one day Black can overtake the initiative. But so far, again, yeah, I think it's perfectly equal, just equal.
And Magnus played g6. He wants to put his bishop onto g7. Actually, I like this move. Also taking away the f5 square from the knight.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, it's a logical move, but something deep inside myself doesn't like it. I don't know what, but there is something. I will try to think what. I mean, intuitively, I don't like it so much, but I cannot explain you why for now.
I like it very much that the bishop goes to g7 because I'm not a fan of the e1 bishop, to tell you the truth.
But to me, I would try to get like knight e6, b5. I would try to avoid playing g6 for some reason because, you know, imagine bishop g7. One day white will manage to change these bishops, like playing bishop c3.
Now? Not now.
Probably not now, but maybe even now. I don't know, maybe, but yeah, I wouldn't hurry with it. But I don't know, bishop to g7. Again, logical, it's okay, but there is something which makes me feel uneasy about this move. I don't know. Again, I would have probably go knight e6 or b5.
That's where he came from, no?
You think?
Wasn't it on e6 few moves ago?
Was it? I think it was not. No. I mean,
no,
I don't know.
b5 first. Knight c5. No, he did not go to e6 yet. Yeah, queen f1, knight.
Yeah, I mean, as a setup, I'm not sure about knight e6 immediately. I mean, not sure about playing knight e6, but as a setup, yeah, I would try to go, just to keep pawn on g7.
But I think Magnus is playing this for win. He doesn't want to go on the solid way. He says, okay, I want to go bishop g7. I like to stay active because black is more active than white.
A little, yeah. I mean, for now, but hard to understand how. I mean, how can he make use of it, of this activity? Yeah.
Well, once he goes bishop g7, if black is forcing the b2 pawn to move, that would be already an achievement. But probably white queen will end up on e2, right?
Oh, my knight will end up on d4. But I would...
So is it knight d4 now?
It's an option.
Let's say bishop g7.
Bishop g7, then maybe knight from g to e2, yes.
But then maybe knight a4 can be unpleasant.
Knight a4. Why it is?
I'm just provoking. I don't know if I get anywhere.
I'm not getting provoked. I will play something. Rook b1. Maybe I can take
Rook b1.
Rook b1. Yeah, why not? I'm not in a hurry.
So what's your plan? You want to play f3 eventually?
Yeah, maybe b3, f3, bishop g3, something like that. Yeah, maybe. Probably b5.
Yeah, it's not so easy to get a grip.
No, grip, very difficult because white is so solid, yeah. But
like a little hedgehog.
Yeah, but one day this d5 pawn might start to be slightly weak.
Actually, in time, the players are almost exactly the same. 107 on both clocks.
Mm-hmm. No, I would... I mean, if I, again, would have a choice here, I would already...
You take white.
Take white, yeah. I mean, even if it's, again, equal maybe, but... First of all, I didn't like so much this idea of playing knight takes e5, and I... Sorry to disagree with you and especially with Magnus that I don't like the idea of g6. I mean, I wouldn't touch my g7 pawn.
Because you think ahead of another 27 moves?
One day this bishop will be changed and then you have a weak king. Yeah, something like that. Okay. I understand how abstract is it sounds, but it's strangely enough, to me it looks like it might be a weakness one day.
Knight e2 is on the board. Mm-hmm. So Levon is heading to d4 with his knight. Though I believe that it will be his other knight as we looked. Not with this knight.
Knight f3, d4. Yeah, but then probably black will try to change like knight e6, yeah?
Yeah, also, yeah, knight e6 now. That's what I also wanted to say, that maybe now it's time.
But I can take on c8 and knight c3, for example. Yeah, start
and then bishop g7, can't
touching this d5 pawn, maybe.
Knight c3. What about bishop g7?
Let's try knight takes d5.
Okay, so finally we end up some tactical stuff.
Yes. And now some...
I don't know, can't I... Okay, let's say I just grab...
let's say the queen, let's say d3.
Knight c5.
Queen b1 maybe.
And you want to grab my b6 pawn?
Yeah, with pleasure. With a lot of pleasure.
I don't know, maybe I just go... I can't, sorry.
Maybe rook d8, but okay.
Yeah, rook d8 is possible.
Yeah, but still it's a pawn. You need to calculate. I can take on b2, take on d5, b6. Take on b6. I don't know, queen a2. Again, you see, if your pawn would be on h6 now, but with a pawn
instead
on
of g6.
Yeah, it's a king is potentially weak. Always. Just need my bishop on this diagonal one day. Still, even here, like h4, I don't know if it's a bit dangerous, because some h5 and king is... No, it must be probably okay for black, but still, I prefer white. I mean, the g6 can be weak, can be a weakness one day. Or maybe bishop g7 first.
Knight d4?
Knight fd4, at least knight e6 now to change something, yeah. But bishop g7, I would maybe consider, for example, knight f4 maybe. Can I play knight f4?
And you want to give up that pawn?
I won't, maybe, I don't know, it's tactical yet. Bishop b2, rook b1.
Bishop c3 or knight c3?
I want to take on d5 somehow.
Okay, let's say bishop c3.
Bishop c3, knight takes d5.
Takes.
Queen e1. Also knight e1 has to be checked and followed by f3. But let's say queen e1. Again, imagine you have pawn on h6 instead of g6. Absolutely fantastic.
Well,
position.
I know that you're a great promoter of different chess variants, where one of the option is the pawns can go back, and then you can be so worried about move like g6.
Yeah, then you could play g6, g7, which would be a perfect move. But next would be a perfect. Now, for example, b5, rook d4. I mean, this g6
and g7, right?
Yeah, because now b5, rook d4, rook d1 again. Yeah, this g6 is somehow a weakness. I mean, you know, it's uncomfortable to have pawn on
No,
g6.
of course, I understand. In this position, it's already very clear that g6 is not a good spot for the pawn. I mean, once white can eliminate the black square bishop, that's very clear that then it can be a problem. So that's why probably after rook b1, I should be going back to g7, and after knight d5, just go b5, and I'm happy.
You're happy. Yes, you're maybe right to be happy, but I'm not so unhappy also. Maybe bishop a5. Yeah, that should be more or less... Where
are you heading to?
Just stop the line, yeah?
I'll just go knight a4, eventually rook c2, knight c3.
No, rook c2, knight c3. You think I will give you all this? Queen d3? No, queen d3, knight b2. Actually, I would think maybe rook takes d5 was more interesting. Maybe to take with a rook. But I agree. I mean, that is more...
No, but now I'm okay. I'm completely okay with my bishop on g7, I think.
Yeah, it's okay. It's a complicated position, yeah, but...
I understand your feelings that g6, you're not a big fan of such a
I mean, I of course, I don't have to play knight f4. It was just a try, but still, even it's an interesting try.
I'm curious.
By the way, I could have tried rook c2 after bishop takes b2, maybe. Knight f4, bishop takes b2, rook c2 was also an option.
But after rook c2, I may even play knight a4 immediately.
And if I take and...
Takes.
Yes, take knight d5, maybe.
But after knight d5, I think, can't I go knight c3 simply? It's also possible, I think.
Possible, yeah.
But maybe rook d8. I mean, there is a pin.
Queen d3, there is also pin back. I don't know, it's very tactical.
You want to go knight
e7 check, maybe. Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
It's tactical, but again, he played anyway. He went knight a4.
He went knight a4.
Knight a4.
Provocation. What about b3?
Looks very logical.
Maybe he wants to go knight b2, you know? Takes.
Yes.
Takes. White has to go away and then knight d3.
Yeah, that seems to be okay, but probably then after knight a4, I should try, maybe I must try to do something else, yeah?
Well, rook b1...
Yeah, rook b1, why not? But of course, I would prefer something more
after rook b1, bishop g7 and knight d4, I understand.
That's possible, but let's see if there is nothing more active, because after knight a4, I mean, I want, of course, all my knight f4, all those ideas, but I'm not sure how. Yeah.
Well,
okay,
the thing is that after knight f4, black would just
no, this I don't like. Yeah, no, this I need to protect my b2 pawn.
You can take on c8 first,
yes,
right?
Rook c8.
And after rook c8 to go
but
knight
f4. Now you take on b2. I'm too passive. Your knight on e4 is very strong. Yeah, I would rather say this I don't like. I don't like it too. Yeah, now that's probably quite dangerous for white. Maybe it's true that rook b1. Of course, I can always be quite fine just by playing some solid move, but still, let's say if I take on c8 now.
Yes. Takes back.
Mm-hmm. And
b3.
b3 knight b2. I was still.
Well, but there is not much of a choice.
Yes. I mean, I was thinking about playing knight f4, knight takes b2 in rook b1, but knight c4. I don't
knight
see
c4. And actually,
queen
black is
d3. No, here it's good. No, I need. So maybe rook b1. Maybe it's true. Rook b1 is the best move to keep rooks, yeah, instead of rook takes c8.
Yeah, but it's not a nice move, right?
No, not a nice move.
It's not something. What if black goes rook c2? Goes for it. Knight f4.
Lots of options. Yeah, I don't know. Quite few options. I mean, I can if b3.
b3 knight b2.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's also very tricky. Knight d4, for example, is possible.
But maybe rook c1 you have, and after rook c1, knight c1.
Yeah, I mean bishop g7 somehow. But it's
I don't trust.
Yes. I mean, normally maybe it's okay, but it's not a human way of playing. Yeah. But of course, you can just play
rook e2.
No, take on e2, knight c3, but it's not really what.
Well, this is not exactly what black wants,
yeah, no,
right?
Definitely no. I would have probably even give the bishop just because otherwise queen d3 and it's a comfortable plus for white, even if it's probably drawable, but definitely not completely.
Yeah, it's not black who is going to play for a win. Okay, so it seems like kind of rook b1 is the main move, right?
Difficult to say. I still think I have a feeling there are lots of possible options here, but it's most rook b1, bishop g7. Of course, looks like a sensible move, and knight
d4.
Yeah, knight f3 d4. Yeah,
and somehow everything is tight.
But nothing too bad for black because he can always come back to c5. Yeah, I mean, he didn't really lose much time because rook would still one day will go back to c1. One day. Maybe I'm thinking of playing knight d6 actually instead of knight c5 just to stop f3.
Prophylactic.
Yes.
Preventing f3, right?
But still b3, knight f4. Bit more comfortable for white, in my opinion, but yeah, not much. So let's see maybe the youngsters.
They are having a sharp position still, of course, after rook b8, bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Of course, knight c3 was important to defend.
And of course, I was not planning to, yeah. As you know me, I wanted to take dc5, bishop d2.
Yeah, because you just want to simplify and get the initiative away from black, even if it costs you an exchange.
Yeah, because...
You don't like this when the tension is there.
And what is the plan after bishop f6, for example?
Somehow I have the feeling that it might be a very nice game, some sacrifices. What about c4? Are you taking c takes d4? That's what you
I don't know, possible. I would even consider something more quiet, but...
Let's say something like this?
But at least bishop c1. Of course, there is initiative.
Or queen d3.
Yeah, at least. But I am just afraid after c4 to get some mate in a very, simple fashion somehow. I mean, of course, not immediate mate, but like knight.
Well, knight c7 is possible, but...
Yeah. For instance. Yeah.
But I'm not sure it's a big deal. I would just go... I don't like knight c7. It's too passive, I think.
But at least I take pawn back, yes? cd4.
cd4?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know, maybe bishop c4, bishop f4.
Rook b7 or something.
And I want to go bishop e5. Actually, here I think I can go bishop d6 and knight takes d4, can't I?
You can, but I still a bit worried about the... Yeah, maybe rook b7 was not the best. Yeah, so I should try to bishop f4.
But your knight on c7 is not something to...
Yeah, but that's true, but that's the only problem of my position. Otherwise, it's just fantastic, yeah. But it's true, yeah.
It's, everything.
Yeah, that's true. But I still don't like white here, but maybe... And c4, let's see, instead of bishop f6, I have a feeling there is such a choice of interesting moves for black here. Yeah,
here actually Firuza is also starting to think.
Yeah, you can maybe take on d4 also, just quietly.
This I would like, I think, from black side. Knight d4, bishop f6, I guess.
Yeah, then at least white can get knight to b3. I mean, that was at least he's very solid with a knight on b3. Even if black still has compensation, of course.
Yeah, black can develop with his queen, right, to c7 or d7 and bring the other rook.
Yeah. But yeah, maybe the cd helps white a little, yeah? So what would be the choice?
Well, black can start queen c7, let's say.
Queen c7, maybe white wants bishop a5 then. And I don't know.
But then queen f4.
Bishop d2.
Yeah, but I don't go back. Don't think I go back.
Yes.
I go queen g4 or queen f5.
Yeah, right, yeah. Queen c7, many interesting moves. But of course, bishop f6 is the most straightforward. I mean, bishop f6 is the one to check first, yeah, and maybe c4, yeah, I don't know what else, yeah.
Yeah.
But that looks...
The question is it possible to play knight b4?
Knight b4. Maybe, yes, you have to take.
And the bishop takes, rook takes b4. And okay, the bishop is very powerful.
But at least I've changed something, yeah? Maybe I can try to get blockade like rook to d3 and the rook c1. Yeah, it's interesting, of course, for black as well. Also c4, yes, you can go knight e7. I mean, there are so many interesting moves here. I really need
But somehow, yeah, knight e7 with the idea of knight f5, that can be a nice idea, true. Let's say bishop, but here I think bishop f4 again.
Bishop f4? Okay, rook b6.
b6.
You want to take on a7?
No, I didn't have this in mind, to tell you the truth.
But it's an option.
Yeah, because, and after knight c6?
Queen c7 maybe. Just to run after the queen, yeah? To try to exchange.
Yeah, it's possible. Queen c7, I forgot.
Well, it is complicated. I like black very much. I have a feeling again.
I'm not sure against the computer I would be very happy to be black.
I would be happy with or without computer. I mean, I just.
The computer?
No, against the computer, I wouldn't play. I wouldn't be happy
Any
anyway.
position.
But frankly, I mean, it seems to me that black must be very fine. I mean, maybe even better already. That's my feeling, but I cannot prove it because I'm old and I cannot and always blunder some things in variations. But
no, I think it is very appealing and it's very tempting to play it with black, but still, I think it's by far not that simple.
No, it's clear. But by the way, rook b6 is not possible. So you see.
I don't know, rook b6 probably.
Yeah, rook b6.
Rook b6.
Then trying to get the queen to b8.
Queen a4.
Maybe. I wanted to get my queen to b8 maybe.
b3. I'm gonna be fine.
Maybe, but maybe not. Your queen is also. I mean, rook c8, for example.
Yeah, rook c8, c4.
And c4, brave, but very dangerous.
Knight f6.
I don't know if you're threatening really to take my knight.
You know what? I'm gonna take your knight. I'm gonna take your knight.
Queen b7, queen b7. Let's go, let's go.
You really want to give that piece?
No, but
I just take this first.
Like
because
this.
You wanted to go c4.
Yeah, I wanted to go c4, yeah. You take. No, let's have fun. I mean, rook takes e5. No, e8 is, yeah, sorry, e8 is also...
When it's the most painful, that's when I'm gonna play queen e8.
No, of course, yeah, rook takes e5 is too much, yeah, rook takes e5, but in general, of course, I don't have to sacrifice, yeah, I can just move away my knight, yeah, move him out.
Where?
F somewhere, let's say, f6.
But you're not attacking so much anymore.
Yes. No, not immediately, but still looks like a very powerful compensation. I just want queen b7.
Yeah.
Judith, something have changed. I mean, I remember 20 years ago, you would have this position with black. I mean,
I wouldn't have problem to play it with black, but I'm not sure it's sound. That's the only thing.
I mean, I don't think anyone would be able to defend here because it's. I mean, I understand objectively it is maybe not so easy if computer defends, but it's so dangerous for white.
No, it's not fun to play it with white. I think black played actually c takes d4. This was his choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now knight takes d4. Yeah, if now the question maybe Reza he has something very concrete in mind, because if white gets his knight on b3, it's at least it's not too bad, at least for sure. So maybe there is a.
Can black take rook b2? It's too much.
Yes, I'm also thinking, but don't really. I mean,
hard to believe, no?
Taking b2, even c3.
Queen b8. Actually, queen b8 was before.
Even so, king a1, king c1.
No, I think
I don't believe. Yeah, that's.
I think it's over exaggeration.
Now the question is if white will be in time to get his knight to b3, it will be acceptable. Yeah, bishop f6, knight b3. Very, very powerful knight on b3, and just protecting everything. Still, queen c7, I guess.
Yeah, c4. Maybe I can just go c4.
c4, yeah.
Rook c8.
c4, I'm a little bit worried about even some ideas like queen e5, bishop c. Queen e5 looks quite worrying.
And knight c3, right?
Or check knight b4 also.
Okay.
No, even queen f5, knight b4 looks.
Yeah, it's better. Okay, so this is not possible.
Queen
Rook, Queen C7. Queen C7. Maybe white has to go Rook E1.
Rook C8.
So, okay,
Queen D3,
how bad
yes,
is it?
it's dangerous. A5 will come, yeah.
No, but A5 is under control for the moment.
Sure, yeah, sure. Maybe, but who knows?
Well, A5, bishop takes A5. What you have in mind? Rook B3?
I have in mind Queen A7 or Queen takes A5. Of course, it's my other idea, yeah.
Yeah, but this is going to be too early.
I don't know, take.
And Knight B4?
Let's go, Knight B4.
No, Queen D8.
Knight B4.
I know, King H7. No, you can't.
King H7, Queen C8.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I want Rook takes A2, of course, instead of Knight B4. King C1, Rook takes A2. We don't hurry.
And Knight B3, Knight B4.
Knight B4 already, yeah. Or maybe you must try to get King D2, Bishop C3 check, or Bishop D5 check, Knight F4 check, or something like that. Not easy.
And if Knight C4, Bishop C3.
Bishop
right?
C3, yes, very quiet, yeah.
Wow. What a queen sacrifice.
Actually, strategically, I like my queen on A6. I think it's a very good piece for white, the queen on A6. So I would really like to keep it as much as I can, because it's...
Well, we have in the position after Knight D4 and black is thinking.
Bishop F6 is very logical. Knight B3, what else? Yeah, and now Queen C7 makes a lot of sense. And now maybe it's an important moment to try to find out the best possible defensive setup for white. Maybe even Bishop A5. Even it looks very strange.
But Queen A5.
C3. Maybe this Bishop on A5 is not so bad.
Yes, but then you might even just play Queen F5.
Yeah, Queen D3 at least. Yeah, I mean.
After C3.
Doesn't look good, but at least I have. I'm blocking some squares like B6, D8. I wouldn't say that I like it. So what is it?
After Queen F5, let's say you go Queen
D3.
Queen here.
But yeah, that's true. But even G4, Rook F1, Rook D2. I mean, it's already somehow with my knight on B3, Bishop on A5, I stop your attack somehow, yeah?
Yeah.
It's not so easy, maybe.
Maybe Bishop A5, Queen F4.
Mm-hmm.
Though you come back Queen E2, I guess.
Maybe, yeah, because I like actually Knight B3, Bishop A5. I'm stopping, I stop quite many things with it.
Bishop A5, Queen E5.
Yeah, I'm just afraid to lose by force after Queen A5, C3, some Knight B4, Rook B4, I don't know, something that might arrive here, because of course...
Well, what about Queen E4 and taking on G2?
I mean, pawns, at least I would be, I would say, okay, take all pawns, at least don't
I
make
will, don't worry.
Rook H1.
I take on F2.
Rook F1.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a pawn. I agree. I mean, but at least I have initiative at the end of now. I have open lines.
But your bishop on A5, I can't say that it's so powerful.
Yeah, it's not. It's a defensive one. Yeah, it's a defensive force, important defensive force. So Queen H2. Yeah, it's Queen F3. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's in black's favor, but I'm just afraid otherwise to get mated very, after Queen.
Yeah, you're very scared of getting mated with white here.
Yes, I am. Yeah, because I've played Caracan with white, and I always felt like taking this B pawn was out of, I was never taking such pawn, but maybe, yeah. Well, let's see what is.
I see Firuza is thinking quite a bit. Duda seems to be quite comfortable, I must say. I have the feeling that he's okay with his position. He doesn't think that he's having too big of a trouble.
Yeah. Maybe.
But okay, let's see a bit of Ariane's game against Fabiano, because it became very clear, the pawn structure. And let's see, after h4, black played king e7, rook d2, and he did not take on c3. Interesting. That he decided that that's not the best.
Yes, maybe he thought, I mean, he thinks that it will be difficult to win it. For
convert it, right? Yeah.
I mean, I somehow visually, I like it so much that probably I wouldn't be
even think about
able to resist. Just aesthetically, because it's so nice to give exchange, and, you know, like a typical Sicilian, all white pawns are terribly weak and bad, but maybe he is right, Fabiano. I mean, playing knight b6, knight d5, so...
Yeah, everything is falling apart, right? The a4 pawn, the knight c4 is extremely powerful. And
yeah, so knight d5 is probably necessary. Yeah, then you take, you get
knight
on c4,
rook e2.
I would consider d6. Maybe playing d6 check.
Yeah, of course, we tend to think that get rid of something like this kind of pawn and then play bishop d5 or something.
Or rook d1, yeah, first pin. Yeah, at least to have the bishop. Yeah, or bishop d5, you're right. I mean, at least to get the bishop into the game.
Yeah, it doesn't look so bad for white.
Doesn't look so bad. Yeah, this maybe still not pleasant, but I don't know. Yeah, it's
so after knight c4, rook e2, knight
I don't
d6.
like to have this knight on d6 with white when the knight is on d6. And now
Ariane went down below 40 minutes. But okay, Fabiano has 1 hour, 7 minutes. And they play with the time control, 2 hours for the whole game. And from move 40, they get an extra 10 seconds. But I believe in this game, time will be not the most important factor. At least for now.
At least for now, yes,
E4.
but e4.
I don't know. I'm not sure that Fabiano went for the best possible way.
But I still like it. Yeah, I agree with you, but still, it's such a nice position he has.
So what should he do? Rook c4?
Well, rook c4, for example.
What about rook c4?
Yeah.
b3, forcing
B3,
this
rook
move,
C3.
and play rook c3. Let's say rook f3.
Rook c8, simply. Rook h8. I mean,
Rook
you
c8,
actually
let's
cannot
say
move simply with
takes,
white.
takes, king f2. So how do
and
you
it's a total
improve?
Total Zugzwang for white, yeah. I will manage
I'm going
somehow.
to go bishop f3. Why should it be so bad for me?
But what is next then? I mean, g6, then I slowly improve, get my king to b2, for example. I mean, white cannot move
I
at
know
all.
I know that you want to change rules, but I mean, from king e7 to b2, I had a game actually when I was in 86. I had one game when it was with my king from g8. I went all the way to d4.
But here, well, it's very sad for white. He just cannot move.
But okay, he's going to go g4 takes.
g4 takes. Well, first of all, f5 at some point can come. Yeah, I could have also make it more, you know. Yeah, well, f5 here is very strong. Yeah, probably.
And bishop f3 takes.
F4 even. Yeah, then king to f6. Very sad, strategically very sad position for white.
Yeah, it's
I don't like it at all, yeah.
Well, the pawn on g3 is also attacked.
You could have managed to, I mean, to unpin somehow to get your bishop to d3. I don't see how can you actually manage anything in this position. And then, of course, it's a matter of time. Black will manage to improve it somehow. Yeah, that b5, b4, e5, king will come.
So what is there anything else than rook c4?
I suspect there are some moves, but it's very natural rook c4.
Maybe what about rook c4, rook a1? That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, and to have pawn on c3.
And
yeah, that's,
to play c3.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's logic. I wouldn't would try not to allow the black's rook into c3.
Yeah.
So you want rook c8, c3.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's the most active setup I've ever seen in my life, but it's a little bit maybe more. Maybe I can try to put pawn on a5 just not to let you play a5 yourself.
But it doesn't look that bad with white.
Yeah,
I mean, after all, he has an extra pawn. I mean, I can go king f2, king f3, rook e3, bishop f1.
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. Yeah, not yet at least.
But why should it be bad at all? I will be going king e3, king d3. You know,
maybe
that's
I will. Yes. No, you have a plan here. Maybe g6, f5, but still, yeah, it's not so easy. I think that maybe f5. Who knows?
I go here. I have an extra pawn.
King f6.
And what is your plan? Why do you think that you should be better?
Good question, but I think that you have no plan. That's why I have a nice position.
Okay.
So you want to stay?
Show it. Show it what you have in mind. Rook c5.
Good question. Maybe rook c5. Yeah.
Rook c5, and then you want to take something.
I want to take on e4. I mean, still it's nice for black, I believe. But yeah, I don't say it is necessarily a big advantage. Yeah.
I'm not sure it should be so bad already. But it's very important not to play b3. That's obvious.
Yeah, probably. But maybe Fabiano is thinking about trying to go rook g8 and g5, even if it's a bit strange plan, or even g5 immediately and then rook g8. But yeah, it doesn't look so clear.
You would be going here.
I would maybe go rook cg8 just to have h4 as an option. But of course, you have to be careful about c4 at some point.
But okay, I mean, after all, why should I complain so much with white? If let's say I go bishop f3,
yeah, rook takes g5.
I go king f2. I mean, rook g2 is also an option actually. But let's say just defending.
Yeah, h4 maybe. Just I'm attacking. G8, rook h4.
King e3, rook g3.
King e3, rook g3 maybe, yeah.
Well, rook g3, rook g2.
Rook e4 I think is coming, yeah. I mean, no, rook g3, yeah. Maybe then king d2 you have, but then scary.
Actually, you could play knight c4 and take on b2 maybe.
Yeah, also, yeah. I mean, your king can be weak.
Well, it's not very funny for white, but somehow it's
an interesting option, g5, but I was thinking maybe hg, if you get with that rook on g8, maybe to try c4 again. You see, I mean,
yes.
I mean, to create counterplays, that's what I
immediately
want.
c4.
Yeah, maybe c4 to start some knight, if knight c4, maybe rook c2, and then trying to get to the c line or rook c1.
Rook c1, because otherwise rook knight e3. But so what?
Good question. Yes, that's what I was worried about.
I mean, little activity, open file, but nothing more.
Yeah, that's why maybe I should have gone rook c2. Yeah, here.
But after rook c2, okay.
I mean,
and you want to give the exchange, right?
Yeah, rook c7 check, then maybe taking on f7, b7, and might be playable.
Takes, rook f7.
Mm-hmm.
Takes.
Yeah, you take on g5. Take rook g8 maybe. But that's not so easy. Even bishop h3
it's not
maybe.
So easy.
Bishop h3 threatening d6. Yeah, some play. No, I mean, I don't know. It's of course now for Fabiano. Yeah, it's a difficult choice. There is a plan with g5. It looks very interesting, I must admit. But also there is a plan of playing positionally. Yeah. So it's. I think he will take some time now. Well,
I think again he's having a problem during the whole game that he feels that black is just nice. That's the least we can say for black's position, right? Mm-hmm. And again, should I play rook c4, provoke something? But okay, rook a1, and it's not so simple. How should I do? I can go g5, but okay, maybe it's not so good. So what about rook h6? So it's like continuously right, that he has a good position. He understands he has a good position. It's very dangerous for white. But at the same time, nothing is so good that it would be so obvious that leads to convert the little pleasant position into more.
Yeah, that's true. And too many plans. Yeah, this problem. Too many. Also, rook h6 is maybe an interesting plan. Yeah. Another is g5, hg, rook hg8, just to keep the rook on c8 and to try to take on g5. So there are lots of even conceptually very different plans. For example, rook h6 is also very, it's not a bad idea.
But maybe we can say in this position that if we would, let's say, take off one pair of rooks, it would favor white, right?
I don't know. It depends on the circumstances. Yeah, as we saw, if a rook gets to c3, maybe not. It's hard to say. Yeah, hard to say. But actually, I start to like rook h6 idea now also. Also not bad. Yeah, trying to.
But maybe after rook h6, what about b3?
b3. Rook.
c3, rook f3.
Rook c3, rook f3. Yes, rook c3, rook f3. Maybe I can try then. Here you're right. Yeah, you are in time to deblock. Yeah. So and if rook g6.
And also the problem is that we put our rook on h6, so it cannot go to c8. And after rook f3, so it's tricky.
But there are different options. Even I would consider some strange option like playing b5 or rook g6, b5, and idea ab knight b5 to get the knight to d4. But that's strange. Yeah, I agree.
Well,
yes, I know it's tricky. Yeah.
You really want to get active, but rook f2 will be unpleasant, I think. And now you have to make a decision. How do you defend yourself? On f7. I think this is...
this shouldn't be good. Yeah, AB if already... But yeah, there is a good, a serious choice here. So let's maybe try to see the other...
Yes, let's see what's
Should we look at children? So children...
You want to look children.
Rook e1. That was not what we wanted, to do, I think. As I heading directly for our queen sacrifice variation, yeah?
Yeah, there were quite a few other options, but it's understandable that white does not want to see the queen on e5, right?
But rook c8, then, what is rook c8? Maybe rook c1 is a plan. Or...
Well, queen d3 might be also.
And a5, that is our immortal.
But okay, he's just going to drop a5. I mean, I know after c4 you would want to go. I just grab on
but this queen a5. This is our.
This is what we had. But is it true?
Kiziritsky. Yeah, rook takes d2 and rook takes a2.
And you believe that it's true? Everything is true what we said here.
It must be. Otherwise, we wouldn't be commenting here. Yeah? At least our spectators, they must believe in it. But it looks very dangerous, yeah, it's true.
It looks sound, yeah. And if, king d2 is not possible threats, because bishop c3.
At minimum, bishop c3 check, yeah. So it looks terribly dangerous.
No, it seems like it does work. But
maybe a5, you can try rook e4, moves like this.
The only move, it seems, right? Or possibly.
Yeah, but very dangerous, very dangerous. Sorry to repeat it again and again. But rook d8.
Maybe rook d8 can be very unpleasant.
Some moves, I mean, everything is really...
Rook d8 or...
I would say even knight b4, bishop b4, a b4 is no fun.
That is not going. We are not going to be afraid of that with white.
But it's no fun. I mean, how? I'm just trying to. You cannot move almost. Yeah? Maybe I will try to get on a line. But that's, of course, that's not too bad for white. I mean, already.
It doesn't seem to be so deadly. But I understand it's compensation. That's clear.
Yeah. But maybe something more even more dangerous, because first of all, I don't know if you're threatening still to take on a5. So maybe some queen a7, yeah, for instance, why not?
And then
Trying to go a4, trying to take on f2.
Well, maybe a4 white should be going.
a4?
I don't like it if black plays a4. That's for sure.
I would say it's quite an understatement. And if black gets a4, I think nobody would like it anymore. So a4, yeah, it's true, but still f2 is hanging, knight b4 is possible.
Okay, but now knight b4, I'm not afraid. I take and play a5. And
yeah, you're right. No, I probably would take on f2, yeah. Why not?
But after that, white can take already bishop a5, I think. And suddenly...
you're sure, yeah?
White is in the game.
You think so? Looks very dangerous to me. Okay, first...
You would really not like to have this game with the white side.
No, I cannot.
After saying this is very dangerous for quite an amount of occasions.
Yes.
I feel that you're really not happy to play it with.
I'm becoming obsessive with it, yeah. But queen takes g2, yeah. No, I think black is better. Just, I mean, equal pawns, equal material, totally different queens, yeah.
You mean the quality of the queens you don't have?
Yes, mine is it's
verse 12 and mine is only 9, right?
No, mine is in Seychelles, having a good time, and yours is somewhere, I don't know, in Syrian village. That's what I feel about this position.
It's it's not too much fun from white point of view, I must say.
So let's come back to the main game of the day, maybe. What do you think, Judith?
Magnus.
Yes.
Let's see what has happened since then, because we left here after knight a4. Actually, rook b1 happened, bishop g7. White played knight fd4, so white was provoked to play b3, but it did not happen yet. Black went back to knight c5. Knight f3.
Knight f3.
What has happened? So what would be if knight a4? He wanted to make a draw or what?
I'm not sure. Maybe he wanted to ask. Okay, Magnus, are you playing for a win or not? I mean, if you're not, maybe I will. Yeah, but it's like asking. But it's to me a little strange because. But okay, why not? It's anyway a solid position. Knight is
okay. So Magnus said, "I want to go on, and I'm more active."
I don't even know if he wants it. If he really plays for a win, it's just that I think he's using a chance to get the knight to e6, and that he is just knight ed4. This I really start to dislike.
With which color?
I mean, still okay, but I don't like the last few moves of white, to be honest.
But after exchanging it, on the other hand, it doesn't seem too bad. He played rook c4, provoking again, and now finally the provocation did work, and he went b3.
You see, there was, I think Nemtsovich, who was it? Nemtsovich who said that about the isolated pawns. Yeah, you remember this very famous sentence that isolated pawns shouldn't be blocked. They should be eaten up, you have to take it, not to block it. Yeah, so that's
but first they're blocking it, and after that you try to eat it.
Yes, that's true. But you see now he's okay. It's blocked, and it's very far from actually attacking it. That's why when you had knights on, f3, e2, I like this kind of a knight f4 ideas, because now, of course, it's blocked, but I mean there is almost no way to start attacking it. And if you don't attack it, then how can you make use of it? Yeah, I mean now the c line. I don't like very much what white have done during last few moves, but it's still extremely solid, I believe, for white.
But black should be okay with
that. Yeah, now I don't think black has
d3 weak square.
Problem. Yeah, I mean you need both knights here. Knight on e2 and d4 would be better. Yeah, I mean to get f3 and so on. maybe, yeah. Like now, white is just very solid and very difficult to find any weaknesses in his camp, but he doesn't have any active plan really.
So what should white do? I mean, does black want to go knight c3 in the next move or not yet?
To my understanding, probably he wants to double on c line and maybe try to push pawns like b5, h5, just to play useful move. But first, probably trying to get the c line if possible.
But what about if after rook c1, black just takes and takes on d4?
Yeah, or takes rook c8. I mean, the c line takes rook c8 also, yeah.
What about taking on d4?
Yeah, can be slightly better for black.
No,
the knight is a little bit better than the bishop here, definitely.
Well, rook takes c8, queen c8, f3.
Knight d6, yeah. There was a very famous game in this structure of Robert James Fisher, who managed to win knight against bishop in this particular structure. I don't remember who was his opponent, but it's not so easy. Yeah, it was a very, very instructive game, which I can recommend to everyone who is, if there is still anyone left who is listening to us, to go through this game. It was a fantastic endgame. But no, I mean, this is already trying to be very, very passive. I think that probably Levon would try to keep this pawn structure.
Well, let's see what else white can be playing, because rook c1 is kind of very tempting, right? Because white doesn't want to give up the c file. But maybe what about playing rook d3 and doubling on the d file?
Rook ec8 maybe.
And rook d1. The thing is that black can also go knight c5, right?
Well, that is at minimum, yeah. I'm also a little bit worried about some rook c1 ideas, but knight c5, at least rook d2.
But after knight c5, I go rook c3, let's say.
Yeah, knight e6 you can play. Yeah, I mean, I don't think white is playing for advantage already. I think white would be very happy with the draw already.
Black is too active already.
Yeah. I mean, this knight on e4 is strong and knight on d4 is not doing much. Yeah, I think that Levon is already trying to find an accurate way to equalize, because f3 of course would be a good idea, but knight c3. Yeah, the problem is, I mean, f3 bishop f2 would be a way to activate slightly your pieces, but knight c3 is a problem. So you need to be maybe again this knight e2 ideas. Yeah, because again, I
just wanted to ask this, but I'm afraid for white that rook c2 is unpleasant.
Yeah, I agree, but knight f4 maybe tactically it can. I don't like it also. Yeah, very dangerous.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if black goes d4.
Yeah, or bishop c3, some tactical ideas even, maybe.
Well, bishop c3, then I think knight d5 and eventually g6 will be a problem, don't you think?
Well, I sort of taken on e1 and taken on f2, yeah, if it works, of course. Maybe rook f2. Rook d4 or something, but I mean, in general,
rook f5.
Rook f5, it looks not rook d1, maybe not too bad, but very dangerous. Yeah,
okay, but it's not white who should be better here.
No, of course, no, but I'm sure it's already white who has to be accurate in this position. So Levon,
Levon played queen d3.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, yeah, because he wants, if rook c8, maybe to
then knight e2.
And to move the knight and trying to attack the d5 pawn, yeah.
But okay, knight e2, what about rook c2 anyway?
Now already knight f4 maybe.
Or rook c1.
Or rook c1, yeah. The queen on d3 is...
No, queen d3 I like a lot.
Yeah, queen d3 is probably a good move. Even so if, let's say, after knight c5, I guess you just try to repeat, or queen... Yeah, black is absolutely no problem after knight e6, for example, here. Of course, even... But maybe Levon, he just wants to play queen f1 after knight c5.
But okay, anyway, knight e6.
Then maybe at least you can go with a knight out. Or... No, it should be, it must be very close to equal. I think black has having more active, more pleasant game if you want here, but not.
Sometimes I have the feeling, that when we look at the position with black, sometimes we just say, okay, it's equal. But if we would paint the pieces and you would see that it's white pieces,
you're right. Yeah,
you would have the feeling that, well, of course, I'm slightly better, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a very interesting phenomenon. The phenomenon that when you have the same position but with a different color, you don't assess it in the same way. I don't know. I was trying to fight with it all my life, but I just couldn't. I couldn't manage because I just have the color my pieces. When I'm black, okay, it seems to be I have enough play. It's an interesting and clear position. The same position with white, I just think I'm worse. That I'm terribly unhappy sometimes because it's just like it
not
didn't
enough.
go well the game. Yeah, I mean that the game. So it's true. Yeah, that it's. Interesting phenomenon. I don't know if other players they have the same.
There are these things, these psychological things, right? That you get used to it, that what kind or type of position you expect when you play with the black pieces and with the white. I mean, it's also the same that the A1 square in chess, it's black. But if we would have it white, it would be the same game, right?
Yeah, of course.
But we would be so confused that we practically cannot play the game because our mind is so much, has this pattern that it's black.
Yes. I mean, our mind has a lot of strange, beautiful, fantastic, but also strange patterns, and we don't know them all, definitely.
Not at all.
We can just notice it, from time to time, but we don't know why it is like this. So let's. What I offered, Judith, by the way, maybe we can make a small break now, a few minutes, and come back in 5 minutes or something.
Yes. Let's see what happens until then.
Okay. Good.
for your sake. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. Feel it down, 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 down. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sing for your sing.
So, hi everybody. We are back on the 8th Norway chess event, and the first game finished in the tournament between Levon Aranyan and Magnus Carlsen. They just agreed in a draw while we were on a small break, and they are going to be playing the playoff, the Armageddon, in just about 15 minutes to go. There, we would like to highlight the rules, that this is a very special tournament, and I think this is the only tournament where every game, every match has to be decided, which means that if there is a draw in the classical game, then we go on the Armageddon games, and the point system is that if you win in a classical game, then the player gets 3 points and the loser gets 0 points. But once they move on to the Armageddon games, it will be different. For the winner, it's going to be 1.5 points, and for the loser, still 1 point to be received. The time control will be 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black. In this case, the rule is that they are going to be repeating the same color settings as it was in classical games. So in the next game, Levon Aranyan will be having 10 minutes and Magnus Carlsen will have 7 minutes. And if it's a draw, then Magnus Carlsen so-called wins the match for today and collects 1.5 points, and 1 point goes to Levon. And also a little twist in the time control, the 10 minutes for white, 7 for black. After move 40, there is a little change compared to last year. Last year, they were receiving 3 seconds each after move 40. This time, they agreed in the technical meeting that 1 second will be enough. I think the main reason is that we talk about practically only about winning position if you can still win it. So if you get 1 second after every move in a winning position, it should be enough. What do you think, Vladimir, about the game as it was a draw? And what do you think what we can expect in the Armageddon?
It's hard to say. Actually, there's small difference. Maybe it is small, 3 seconds or 1 second, but I think it gives white... it increases definitely white's chances. So under these circumstances, it's difficult to say. What is... I personally would probably take white. I think white has slightly better chances to win the match under these circumstances. But of course, it's an open fight. Of course, Magnus is known as a fantastic tiebreaker and in general a great blitz player, but it's just one game. Levon is also very good at blitz, and who knows? We will see, and let's say it's 50-50.
What is your thoughts on the Armageddon game itself? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it's interesting? Do you think it's something very much against and to be using it in a classical tournament? Or how is it, your feelings about it? How much were you playing Armageddon games?
I've played quite some. It's okay. It's okay as an idea. I would prefer, frankly, myself, to have 3 seconds, not 1 second, because 1 second is really too little. I don't know. It's a choice. They decided like this, and there is nothing bad about it. But 1 second is barely enough to make physically a move, and then it might come to a situation in this tournament at some point when pieces can start to fall, can be some issues. Yeah.
But trust me, pieces can be falling down if you have 3 seconds. Last year we had it with Grishchuk, who is of course a big time travel player, and there were times when pieces were falling off.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, of course, I think everybody can go down so much in time that it's practically, it's matter of your hand how fast you're moving pieces. But do you think it's a acceptable idea that for the audience, of course, it's blood if we have a winner, but how can mentally, psychologically a chess player handle this from day to day? That they play, in one hand, they prepare a very serious classical game, they make a balanced draw like today with Levon Aronian between Magnus, and then they have to switch their brain. In 20 minutes, they have to completely switch to their intuition mode, right? Because they have no time, no real time to calculate properly a line. And all intuitively has to go on the whole game.
But we are professional, we are used to it, we are doing it. We have to adjust, we have to be able to adjust because it's our profession, and especially top players. So I don't see any big problem in it for players. It's just that for public, I mean, to see blood, as you say, yeah, it's understandable. I would just maybe mention that probably if you want to see blood, you probably better watch kickboxing match, not chess match. But I mean that in chess, it's not the main idea of chess is to get a necessarily decisive result at the end of the day. But why not? I mean, there are different ideas possible, and why not? At least it's for sure these Armageddon games are quite exciting. So let's see how it goes. Let's hope there will be no pieces flying and etc.
Well, we had a draw, and we are going to have the game in about 10 minutes, the Armageddon. So we have time to watch the other two games, what has happened. Let's go to the Ariane Fabiano game. What do you think?
Yes, something as we predicted. Yeah, so White is trying to get, to avoid playing b3. Frankly, it seems to me that it will be quite difficult for Black to break through. I mean, he has a very comfortable position, but hard to see how exactly is he going to do something about it. Yeah, I mean,
what happens if bishop f3 from White's side, provoking g4?
Maybe he wants to get g4, yeah, to get this bishop into a very passive position to g2, and then probably one day g3 pawn might be weak. I mean,
yeah, I see you're a person who really looks long ahead, ahead in these games.
But it's true, pawn on g4 is. I'm not quite sure if bishop f3 is necessary, because I don't know if you want to take on h4 or maybe.
By the way, can White go g4?
G4. It's quite interesting, yeah. It's an interesting try, I would say, but hg maybe.
Hg, I'd like to take h takes g5 and king g3.
Yes, I see. Maybe I will try to get something on f4, like a rook, if I can manage. Yeah, takes king g3. Rook f8. Maybe the king can become weak. Strangely enough.
Let's say I go.
You want to?
I go brave. Rook f2.
Rook f4 check or rook f2. Yeah. Maybe less brave. b3 instead.
That's possible. Actually, that's very possible.
Yeah, but still, I mean, like rook c8 maybe, because once you play c4, I put my pawn on b6, I block here, and then I enter.
No, I go rook h1.
Yeah, you have counterplay, of course, also, but still rook f4.
Rook h6?
Or even rook h8. Rook h6 even. Yeah, can be some counterplays there. Yeah, maybe rook h8 I should have gone. Rook h8.
I think after rook h8, I might grab the pawn on g4.
Yes, and takes rook h8 again.
Bishop g2.
Bishop
or
g2.
actually, I don't know. Can I go rook h3?
I'm afraid rook h3. I mean, if I take and then try to play maybe even b5, I don't know if you'll be in time to...
But can it be worse for white?
I think it can. I'm not sure it is, but it can.
Well...
King g4, maybe I take king f6 and try to grab the a pawn.
Well, I will not give it for free. I will go bishop f3, knight b7.
No, knight c4.
Knight c4.
Maybe. Then bishop
but knight
e2,
c4,
yeah.
bishop d2. Bishop e2.
e2, yes, bishop e2, yeah. Yes, no, it's hard to say. Probably it's maybe knight b7 is correct also. It's
but then I go bishop d1.
Knight c5.
Bishop c2.
And no 6-1 or something. Yeah, like
no, it will not be.
No, it must be a draw. Yeah, I mean, shouldn't. Yeah, I don't believe black can win it, but still.
As we know, you cannot gain tempi with your knight.
With a knight, yes.
As we learned in our childhood.
Yeah. No, it should be a draw. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, you're right. G4 is possible. But the question is, even if you just stay with white, I don't know if GH is a threat. It's very interesting move, yeah, G4, I agree. But the question, if you just make some move, king e2 or rook, I don't know, king e2 maybe, trying to go to d3. But bishop f3 was already played.
Yeah, it's a typical situation, no? You provoke something which actually probably your opponent wants to do anyway.
I mean, it's understandable. White wants to clarify the situation.
Yes,
yeah, he wants
you
to
can't
ask
stand the tension, right?
Yeah, to ask the question and just to make it clear what is black's idea.
But there is not much enough option for black. Well, the e4 is still hanging, so actually it's not a must.
Not really like h5 is hanging, but I still wouldn't mind to put pawn on g4 and maybe to try to get f5 one day. I don't know what day, but one day maybe, and then to get e4, king to e5.
So you definitely would go g4, right?
Yes, I would consider it at least, and maybe rook f8, then b3 might come. Yeah.
Then b3. Yeah.
And can I try f5 immediately? I understand it's strange.
You want to sacrifice or king f6?
King f6. I want an e4, king e5, something. I understand it.
Well, what about rook e1? Rook e1,
rook e8, let's say.
b3.
Yes, b3, rook c7. No, of course it's not serious. Yes, you put bishop on e4. Yeah, no, I'm not in time. Yeah, I need to prepare it. Then.
It seems like f5 is too early.
Yeah, but the thing is, what is your next? I mean, maybe it's to make a useful prophylactic move. Then let's say after king e2, maybe I'll have a5. So some useful.
King f7, maybe.
Maybe king f7, yeah.
Let's say king e2, and then you go. Well, f5 is maybe not.
I'm not sure, but why not to? Yeah, I'm not sure f5 because e5 pawn is hanging. It's not easy.
It doesn't look so bad for white.
No. It doesn't. Yeah, I agree.
I think it's a great success that he could manage to have his pawn on c3 instead of b3.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I still would say that maybe rook takes c3 was a better idea for black, because here, of course, black is completely safe, but he also maybe his winning chances are seriously lower. Yeah, seriously reduced.
Yeah. I'm curious if he's going to push g4,
Yeah, I don't know. It's a difficult question. Maybe to play a move like rook g8 or rook f8 maybe, some move trying to get f5, just trying to confuse white.
You mean now rook f8?
Maybe rook f8, such a strange move.
And after b3?
After b3, yeah, I can go back with a rook somewhere, yeah. I don't know if b3 is fine. Maybe I can try to get f5 at some point.
And why don't I take on h5?
Yeah, good question. Maybe I can take on c3.
Well, you can go rook c3, yes.
In return, but that's not so clear also, yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't look the end of the world somehow for white.
Yeah, I agree, yeah.
Takes, now I have some activity, bishop is...
Takes.
Bishop f3 or even bishop g6, I would think, to give up a pawn.
But I don't g8, gh5, maybe it becomes gh, maybe still it should be in white's favor.
Actually, maybe I should go rook. What about going active?
Going active, rook c1. Yes, makes sense. Takes king e4, you want, yeah? King e6, like king is maybe.
Yeah. That's lucky. I know there is no luck like this. So I should...
we will see.
No, but here I should go here, I think, first.
HG, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
But then I cannot play rook c1 because knight d5, knight f6. Though it's not clear.
King takes c5.
It goes all the way, yeah, takes, and I go rook c7.
Yeah, maybe it with a significant drawing chances. Yeah, takes rook b7.
Yeah.
But no.
Well, probably it's still winning, right?
Probably,
I mean, and rook f5.
Rook f3 maybe also, yeah.
Okay, we went a little bit far.
Yes, it's far, yeah.
Okay, so after rook f3 we wait. And let's see, what do you think? Let's see the other game. Because
let's see the other game, yeah, because...
the kids, as you say, let's see them.
Let's
go back a little bit because it was too exciting to
rook c1. Rook c1, yes, was...
yes, and black
knight
played
b6
knight
makes
b6.
sense. Makes sense to get the knight to c4, yeah? It makes a lot of
but
sense.
look what happened. Black played knight c4, bishop f4, and black exchanged the queens.
Yes, I guess the idea is that it will be very difficult to protect the pawn on b2. After queen takes b6, rook takes b6. And the idea is that if c3, then probably a5 is coming with a4. With the idea a4. But of course, it's, it has to be very, very precise calculation because it's a pawn up in the endgame for the moment.
And if, let's say, bishop e3?
Bishop e3. Maybe I can just move my rook to b5, maybe rook b5.
Rook b5, I think if rook c2, then you go a4 and then knight d4 and knight a3 and take on d4 or d4 taking first.
d4 and knight a3, yeah, probably. Oh, also h5 is hanging, yeah? Also
and knight a3, okay. So after rook b6,
after rook b6.
So bishop e3 immediately.
Yes. It's a knight takes c3 is also possible.
Sorry?
But you have knight takes c, you have to take with a pawn, but yeah, it's still it's okay. Yeah, so maybe and rook b5, yeah, maybe rook b5, but then
what about rook b5? I cannot take on a7 because rook b3.
Of rook b3 or
knight d2 immediately.
Yeah.
And just kills. Game over.
Because of check.
Yeah.
Discover check. So rook b5.
Okay, so after rook b5, bishop d4 is also not possible because of rook b3. So this is also a problem. So what can white do?
And the pawn on h5 is hanging.
It's also hanging.
So maybe not bishop e3. Yeah, maybe after all c3 and then a5.
White is down to 22 minutes for the whole game.
Yeah, he needs to find now a solution because, of course, white is pawn up, and if he manages tactically to find a tactical solution, his position would be great. Just the question is, what is the solution? And is there a solution?
It looks very much impossible. What about rook e2? I don't like it, but I'm desperate.
a4, yeah.
And if knight d4, e5.
I can take an sorry.
No, I'm just defending my, that was
e5,
my point.
e5. Just,
that's the problem. We just showed that after this, I was just on the safe side because the rook is defended, but my problem is e5, exactly. Wow. Yeah, it seems white has not enough squares for his knight.
So bishop e3 was played, I can see.
Bishop e3. And then we talked about rook b5.
And imagine now, black has instead rook on a8, pawn on b7. It would be just an equal position, more or less. Yeah, I told you, told white should never take on b7 in Caro-Kann.
Poisoned pawn was taken, and
I mean now black has a lot of play on the b line. So rook b5, I don't even know what is the plan.
What about playing rook d1, let's say? Trying to get some
nice choice. Quite a nice choice for white, for black here. But okay, let's say if I just take knight takes b2 and then come back with a knight. Maybe knight takes b2.
Knight takes b2.
Yes, rook d7. I don't know, knight c4. For instance,
and you want to go knight a3, but what about taking on a7?
Yeah, I have rook h5 also. Rook enters to h1. Doesn't look good.
Not much fun from this side, from white side, I must say. If it didn't, bishop
should we flip the board to look at it? Would be more funny, to have it from the black side somehow. We can do it. The opponent, he cannot, I mean,
we can do it for a second.
Oh, what a pleasure.
What a pleasure, right?
What a nice position.
Okay, we get back our ugly position for now, but let's see if there is, what is it possible to do with white? What about trying to save the game and go rook h1?
Yeah, rook h1. But many good options here. I suppose a5, for instance, is very dangerous. Again, taken on b2 doesn't look bad at all, but even a5.
But after a5, why don't I play a4? Now that I have my pawn on c2, I have a4.
But rook b4, because the rook is hanging. Knight a3 check is hanging, is a threat. And rook takes a4. Rook takes
okay, I go bishop d4. Hold on, I'm kicking. I'm kicking.
I don't feel it, but maybe if you say so. I mean, looks still very dangerous.
Why, I'm not losing in one move.
Yeah, that's another question.
Maybe E5, I do.
Maybe
E5.
Still e5. Maybe still.
I mean, at least that's what I was hoping for. That I don't, but maybe I do.
Bishop c3, but it's bad.
Yeah, but then knight a3.
Yeah, b8, bishop
knight
a5,
a3.
and b8.
No, king a2. No, king a2 is bad. Sorry.
It's okay, but it probably will not. Yeah, take bishop a5, but it's
No, but
bad.
okay, this is
No,
lost.
it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe let's leave them to decide.
Let's see. Actually, we should be having the game.
Yeah, I think very soon we might have they already started. Let's
No,
go.
actually, it started already.
Yeah, let's go. Let's.
Hops.
Uh-huh.
Sorry to our audience that we did not start it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What an opening.
Was it some a6? A6, yeah?
Let's see this.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Quickly, how did we get this? I never played this with either color, did you?
Well, I mean, I would love to play it with white, but nobody ever played a6 against me. And with black, I would never play it. I mean, I think it just worse.
It looks like a huge advantage for white.
Well, I mean, actually, Magnus is playing quite often this a6 line, and with pretty decent results. But I don't like it at all, this line. I mean,
c6. Oh, it's not. It doesn't look such a nice setup. But okay, let's see. In the game,
let's see. I mean,
here e4 happened.
e4.
Obviously, black has to take, and knight d7.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about e4, but yeah, he probably wants to go queen c2, knight g5 to try to get an attack.
But actually, if you see the time, Magnus was thinking quite a bit already, more than half of his time. He's down to 3 minutes, and Levon is 6:30 for the moment and thinking how to improve his position.
Queen c2, yeah, that's logical. Because,
but queen c2 is, that's happened. Queen c2, knight f6. Actually, now it seems like black is getting fine.
I don't like e4 move, but still, white maybe can try to get some initiative, trying to play knight e5 maybe. But I don't like e4. I think he gave black, quickly time to recover, to get queen on d5. Yeah, it's a standard move. It's kind of very, very intuitively logical, so to say, but I'm not sure it was the right decision. So now, what should he do? Probably try to go knight e5. The rook on h3 is not great. So maybe considering that
he did play knight e5.
Well, try to go g4 at some point, yeah, because the rook on h3 is.
But queen d5 will be coming, no?
For now, knight c3 I can at least get, and g4, and to get my rook into the game.
Yeah, that's possible.
I would be worried about moves like maybe c5 even, or something quick. I mean, using the.
But on c5, I think d5 will be coming. And
yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm not sure, but something quick and trying to get. I mean, to use this rook on h3, which is not a great piece.
He also took on e4.
It makes sense. Takes bishop f6 or something.
Well, I think for the moment, if bishop f6, white would grab knight c6. But this is what happened. Bishop f6.
Knight c6, queen c8, maybe attacking the rook, and then.
And g4.
Rook e8. But yeah, maybe it will work. Queen g2, and then rook gets to c3.
At least the rook on c3 has its.
But it's sharp. It's hard to say. But it seems like it works. I don't see a refutation, and
okay, let's
get his pawn on d5.
After knight bishop f6, white Levon is hesitating, and he goes down under 5 minutes.
So he went g4, yeah.
G4.
Yeah,
and Magnus is 2 minutes. 2 minutes on the clock. I love g4.
Yeah, no, it's a good move, of course. But if maybe knight c6 was even stronger,
Yeah, that's a question whether it was possible to grab that.
So
Magnus went down under 2 minutes, 142.
Yeah, like it or not, but maybe it's necessary to go queen d5 sooner or later, and just to get into this.
Oh, that's a worse position. That's a worse position. He went rook e8.
But worst position is better than to get mated, like after g5 maybe. Takes and f4.
g5 should be coming right now, right? f4 is also possible.
f4 is possible, but g5 maybe, not so clear. Yeah,
but
I mean the position is not so important. I mean that maybe white has a pleasant plus, but the problem is more time, especially considering this 1 second only increment, and in fact you have to survive till it because it's 40 moves.
No, this becomes extremely tricky with 1 second bonus, and it's only getting starting from move 40, and this is only 19. So now f4 is possible, g5 is possible.
I would say practically maybe g5 is a better practical choice because
this is exactly what happened. G5.
Yeah, because f4 queen d5, it's. I mean, I don't say it's the best move objectively, but practically to keep queen on the boards, especially when your opponent has little time, that makes sense. f4 and.
But f4 rook d8.
Rook d3, and you get the d line maybe.
Yeah, probably black will be taking it, queen c5, queen f2.
King b1, and then you try to flag your opponent. That's the way you win such games, but it's tricky. There are lots of f5, even
maybe f5 and go for it. F5, e6. So this is what we have on the board. f4, rook d8. Magnus has 1 minute 35, and Aronyan is down to 2:44. Obviously, I don't see any other idea that Levon is going to be playing rook d3. There's nothing else, right?
Well, you can take on d8, rook d8, queen c6 if you're a brave man, but it doesn't look good. Queen b4.
Queen b4.
Rook d3, but it should. No, rook takes d3. No, of course, rook a.
You don't want to be so brave, I think.
Yeah. At least not me.
20 seconds on your clock. You just want to get your d5. And this is what we are having on the board.
Now, of course, if black manages to get his pawn on g6 and not to give the d line, it would be more or less okay.
But what about taking on d3 and queen e6? This can be.
Takes queen e6.
Yeah.
If I would be white, I would go h5. Just in this.
You would just give up this pawn?
Yeah, under these circumstances, yes, g6.
You would just go for it, but I'm not sure.
No, it doesn't work probably, but I would do it. If I see my opponent has only 1 minute left. But many things have happened already,
Well, this is what actually we're having. Queen d3, queen e6.
No,
because Magnus is under a minute.
You see if black manages pawn on g6.
I think king b1. What do you think?
Obviously, but then black gets g6 and... I think he's more or less okay with a pawn on g6. And the question is, you can take the pawn on a6, but
now it's an important moment, I think.
It's a moment of a decision, not so much time left.
White can also go queen d7. What do you think about queen d7?
Queen d7, can be interesting, but again. Maybe queen c4 check and then rook, or even I can try to let you change queens and then take with the pawn and get rook f8, some counterplay.
Some counter chances.
b3 was played.
b3.
b3, g6.
Well, queen g4, Magnus wants to eat up all the pawns. Queen e4, I think.
It's getting very exciting now. f5, queen f4 check, I see.
Queen e4, I would bet on that move. Though it's not easy, and Levon is getting under a minute, just about getting under a minute.
Now, of course, it's not about the position so much anymore, because I think black is doing fine. Queen e4, g6.
e4?
Now his queen is active. G6. It's just about playing quick. I mean, there is no other...
Well, he should not play king b2 blundering the d1 rook, that's for sure.
Yeah, but now it's already getting difficult for Levon because... there is not much time left.
h5, queen h5, queen c6.
H5, I'm afraid of GH5. Yeah. I think rook d2, but yeah, now it's about time simply. Yeah, with such time there is no
Levon
chance.
is under 20 seconds.
I think Levon might, I can tell you, Levon might have simply forgotten that actually there is no increment before move 40. It's not impossible because you don't leave yourself 18 seconds. I think he might simply not remember that there is no increment.
Well, now he's in big trouble. He's down to 13 seconds.
No, now there is no chance.
11.
There is no chance because simply it's about...
Oops, sorry. I lost thread. Queen takes h4, king c2.
No, you simply physically cannot manage to make all those moves.
Queen e1, queen c6. Well, he's going to fight. He's going to fight. Queen e3, queen f6.
Yeah. No, it's not...
5 seconds. b5, rook d3, check. King b2, he's down to 3 seconds. He can barely make the right moves.
No, I don't think
he will be also. He just blundered his rook and game over. And he lost on time.
Yeah, actually, he had a fantastic chance in this game at some point, but...
yeah, he just missed his opportunity.
Yeah, he missed an opportunity by thinking, yeah.
So Magnus has 1.5 points for today, and he has the victory. As actually, he also won the game at the end, but he had a difficult opening. Actually, it seemed like it's going to be very, very tough. But I think we might have the players on site in the studio that we can hope for. But it was a stressful game for Levon.
I don't think it was a kind of relaxation walk for Magnus as well. It doesn't look like this, but
yeah.
I mean, just 2 minutes ago, I think was not so sure about the final result. Probably.
Yeah, we are going to have the players. Probably here we have Levon. Do you want to ask the first game first, or we just go for the second game we asked?
Whatever you tell me, guys.
Hi, Levon. How are you? It's a bad question, I know.
Hi, Levon.
How was your first game? How did you feel there?
I think, yeah, I thought that. Wait. Yes, here's the mouse.
Do you want to take over?
No, it's okay.
If you tell me, or you can take over. I
thought that I had a slightly better position.
Like this?
But then I played some...
Were you expecting knight c5?
Yeah, by the way, yeah,
Queen a4 was a bad move. Queen a4 was a clearly bad move.
I was a little bit surprised, Levon. Why not bc5 instead of knight c5?
No, I should play queen c2 here. I mean... instead of queen a4, queen c2, queen b7, queen c6. Because if you go c5, then I did take. Because I wanted to play queen c6 after queen b7 anyway, and have a nice grip, you know. Then just double on the c file. Yeah, but I think this is bishop already gets to d4, and if you take bc, I think this should be slightly better. Bishop d3, rook d1.
Yeah, it's a matter of tempos, of course. Yeah, it can be.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a very concrete position. But after c5, I think black
actually
managed to get everything.
Didn't like knight g3 move, frankly. I thought at least if to take, then maybe already here taken on c5. Yeah.
Yeah, but then I don't have this. When he takes queen b5, is a bit awkward because then I think he has a6 available even.
Maybe to get queen on c2, even rook d1, bishop e1, at least to get this. I don't know. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to allow him to activate with queen a6, but yeah, you're probably right because queen a6 is not the end of the world. Yeah. Then I'll put the queen
bishop
to b1.
c3 or something. Yeah. You'll have more active maybe pieces. But anyway,
I was
it's
thinking,
probably about
knight
equal.
c4 should be equal because bishop f6, knight f6 is nothing. Yeah. And yeah, here I started playing very strangely because I understood that I have nothing. So
I was not happy with your passive queen on f1 and bishop e1. Vladimir didn't.
I was very happy. I liked it.
No, but it's very solid. I mean, my position is so solid.
No, what I really didn't fully understand is knight f3 move. I mean, after knight e2, what you've played, Levon.
Yeah.
Knight a4, rook b1, then knight back to d4. That I all predicted, so to say.
Yeah, but I didn't know what to do here.
Let's say if you play...
But I cannot play f3, yeah?
I thought it's a plan. I mean, I don't know when, maybe first b3, but...
No, of course, this was my plan as well. But b3, knight e6?
Knight e6 and maybe to get f3. Finally.
I didn't like that my knight gets stuck on e2, you know, at least when I exchange on e6, I want to have the knight on f3.
That is true, yeah, but...
Okay, I understand it's very strange.
It's more or less equal anyway, yeah, more or less equal probably.
Yeah, this queen on f1 is very stupid, yeah?
Yeah, it's somehow not a good spot. And what kind of feelings you had about the second game until some point?
No, of course, I had this huge advantage, and I don't know what I did with this position. It was crazy. Just
it looks like huge advantage, right?
Okay, here I thought it's not a big deal, but he can play queen d5 even after knight takes e4. After c6.
I was not completely sure about e4, at least in practical sense, yeah, maybe. But
maybe I should have won g4 first, yeah?
Or knight queen c2, knight g5, or some kind of... But actually, at some point,
queen
did
c2,
you consider...
knight d7. I understood queen c2 makes no sense. Knight g5, knight f6 is not a threat.
Yeah, and just to play f4 or something.
e4, yeah, there e4.
Maybe, I don't, but in fact, at some point, Levon, did you consider taking on c6? You could have taken on c6.
No, I saw it. But then I thought to myself, oh, he's going to get active. Let's just make him passive. And then instead, okay, but the position after move...
I mean, knight takes c6, if it works, so
no, I know
it works, yeah?
No, it's clear that it works.
Because
but I wasn't sure, I mean, what happens in the end, yeah? Because I thought he gets too active. So rook c8, g4?
Yeah, g4, rook c3, I mean, you are very... If you manage,
g4, then... rook e8, and...
Queen g4.
Or maybe rook c8, even d5 is possible. I mean, if you get your...
Queen g2.
This is what we wanted.
I think if rook c8 immediately, maybe even d5 simply, just to...
No, but wait, queen d6? I mean, I don't know, because he takes on h4. I mean, do I really want to give him this activity with rook on e2?
Hard to say. Of course, I understand it's, and maybe then at some point...
no, but g4, g5 looked logical, no?
That was also...
And then I thought I need to play well, and then I burned all my time, but then I still played terribly here. Okay, maybe... Yeah, this looks okay. This should be good for me.
I thought at least practically here, first of all, Judith offered queen d7 move, which is interesting, but I was advocating h5 here.
He just wanted to sacrifice
just h5.
For a practical reason, not objectively. I'm not sure it's good objectively, but practically it's a very... And g6, you know, and...
yeah, queen d7 I should have played, of course. I mean, this was my first initial idea. And then I said to myself, oh, I don't want to allow queen c4 check. But what is queen c4? King b1.
No, I mean, it's probably objectively not much really for white, but...
I probably overestimate just rook f8, yeah?
The worst move in the game was thinking for almost a minute, yeah, in this position.
No, of course. This is, okay, queen e6, yeah?
Yeah, it shouldn't be...
hanging.
Yeah, queen f5,
maybe queen e2, but it's still white who is trying, and I mean, it was very, I mean, anything could
No, here I just started sleeping. b3 was, of course, a stupid move. Queen g4,
in
at least
Armageddon game, it's not advised to get sleeping.
But at some point on, it's already about time, much more than the position. So once. No,
I thought we already played like almost move 40, and then I realized, okay, I'm losing on time.
But you know that after move 40, you get only 1 second, so it's not that.
Yeah, I know, but 1 second is enough, I guess.
Yeah.
Still better than nothing. Yeah. So Levon, doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a first game. So tell us how it feels like playing chess with the wooden pieces, moving them on the wooden board. There is
no, of course, it's it's a great feeling. I mean, if not for other circumstances connected with my country, I would be very happy. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't really have time to prepare or do anything because I'm reading the news like 24/7. So
understandable. But
that's the problem. Other than that, I'm more than happy.
Do you enjoy it? I mean, playing offline chess, as we call it nowadays.
Well, I am tired of Zoom. You connect things, and then you tell people, "Look, guys, if I am going to cheat now."
So, Levon, I mean, if you are tired of Zoom, we would not let you. We will not torture you anymore. We wish you good luck. Have a good tournament.
Thank you.
And yes, we see each other tomorrow.
Okay, thank you guys.
Get a good relax and good luck for tomorrow.
Yeah, gotta play better.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Good luck. Thanks.
Good luck. All the best.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Well, of course, it's not an easy thing to after such a game, but let's go. We still have 2 games which is running. Let's go for the kids, as you say, to Firuza and Duda. There is an exchange up for black. What has happened since then? Let's go back until bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
Black played rook b4.
Yeah, it's another also interesting move.
We were analyzing rook b5 mainly, which was also quite
sense.
convincing.
Yeah, and rook b4, what was played? f3, a5, I suspect.
Also, and simply rook takes c4 happened.
My style, yeah.
It's a full desperation, I must say.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, for now it seems that a4 was not possible because
bishop takes b4, rook b4, c3, I guess. Yeah, it's
okay.
Saving it.
This is something white would get away. So black played rook b5, bishop takes a5, rook takes h5, and this is the position we have. White just played rook g1. Rook g1, I wouldn't guess. What's the idea behind it?
To attack on g line, maybe. no, but seriously, seriously, I think to protect the g2 pawn, I suspect. But
prophylactical move.
Yes, it doesn't look good for white here.
Well, the question is, how can black improve his position? What about rook h4?
It's one of the
Actually,
ways.
We have Magnus on stage. Thank you very much for coming, Magnus. How does it feel to play on a wooden board and pieces without a mask and no plexiglass, just as it was before January or February?
It feels great. So today's classical game was obviously not the most exciting one, but to be back playing is so far great. So I'm very happy with that.
Well, we are very happy to see.
Yes, Magnus. We were just wondering. I had a question because I was actually expecting to take that you would take with a pawn on c5, not with a knight. So just your question, how do you? I mean, why you took with a knight? I mean, I guess more or less equal. Yeah, I mean, objectively, but
no, I mean the answer is very simple. It's the first game. It's the first game in a long time. So I just feel that knight c5 was 100% safe for me, and I just wanted to play a normal game. But otherwise, I might definitely have gone for bc5 because I don't think there are any problems like bishop c3, knight e4 take, and then knight comes to b4. I mean, black is completely fine, and only one pushing probably.
That's what we thought. I thought that, well, maybe after bc5, maybe it can potentially be black who can be one day slightly better, and after knight c5, other way around, although it's maybe equal anyway. So
I think it's just equal. Because there's no. Oh, but knight g3 was a little bit strange. I thought he would take immediately. And then he's kind of forcing me. He's kind of forcing me to.
You mean
on move 14.
here.
Then he's kind of forcing me to take with the knight.
Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what we also thought. And finally, because after our guess was that that you took with a knight because of the this self-isolation which you're doing, before the tournament. So knight c5 is a self-isolation of d5 pawn. So we thought it was just a continuation of a self-isolation. No, but of course it's perfectly fine move. Just I was a bit surprised because BC is looking.
No, I absolutely agree. BC is the principled move, but I was just happy to have a normal position and.
And did you think about trying to play for a win maybe later on, because it looked like Black had a certain initiative at some point? Or
the problem is I don't see a plan. Like the only way is to go knight e6 maybe here. But I think he takes and then he goes e4 and I don't see it.
No, I agree. Just that did you think about actually trying to play for a win already here or not really? I mean, you didn't.
A little bit before I was definitely thinking like I may have some way to put pressure, but he played quite carefully, so I didn't really see it. I mean, knight d6 I think is the only plan. Or I mean, I can always play something like h5, and whenever he goes knight d2, I protect d5. But I don't see how this is a winning attempt at all.
In the Armageddon game, just a word about that. Did you feel anywhere that it's quite unpleasant, or you were quite okay with the game?
Yeah, I felt it was very, very dangerous after the opening. And then, eventually I managed to sort of stabilize, and then I was probably okay.
What was the point where you were sure about that you're okay?
I thought when he allowed this queen g4 thing.
So after b3.
Yeah, I think maybe if he had gone king b1 there, he would still have some initiative. Because after queen g4, there is queen d7.
Yeah.
So after he allows queen g4, then I'm completely fine. And in such a position, I think you can make a lot of moves in a very short time. So there was no real issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were considering trying, maybe white could play h5 instead of king b1 to go all in, considering the time control and the
maybe
take g6, and pray. I mean, objectively, obviously, it's not good enough, but maybe it was the best chance,
Yeah, it could be. I probably have like fg and then
taken twice, on g6 maybe.
Yeah, just take twice, and also there is some queen a1, queen a4, take on f4 at some point. Yeah, I think.
Okay, good. So congratulations, Magnus. Good start.
Yeah, thank you. And the other games are much more interesting in general. So
can you say something about how Fabiano's game? What is your judgment on that? Just one sentence.
I thought his idea in the opening was extremely interesting.
Yeah. Was it a novelty?
What he went for?
Sacrifice the pawn, or you're not sure?
Sorry?
Was it a novelty in the opening, the pawn sacrifice? No, it was.
I think maybe somebody's done it before, but I'm not sure anybody's done it on purpose.
Because this pawn sacrifice, we found it quite an amazing.
Yeah, it was really a nice concept.
And of course, Vladimir was very unhappy that rook c3 was not happening.
Yeah, I thought rook c3 was very strong. After king e7, rook d2, I would have taken immediately. I mean, rook c8, knight c5 looks very nice.
I guess you cannot lose.
But I think black is trying to play for a win already, no?
Yeah, sure, but I think realistically white will go rook b1, a5, put the rook on b4.
Yeah.
Kind of hard to win.
it just visually looks so nice aesthetically that.
I absolutely agree.
But here, what is
I think, by the way, when Aryan had the chance on move, let's say on move 25,
yeah,
I think he should have taken the chance to go rook f3 and then b3 c4, because even though these pawns are not moving, at least you stabilize the pawn on d5, and you know, I think if anybody's slightly better, it's white here.
Wow.
Because with this structure, it's very hard to break through, but you have some plans of g4 at some point, and I don't think black.
Of course, if white manages b3, c4, because then of course, because somehow otherwise black should be doing well, but b3, c4, if he's in time, he has no problem.
Yeah. So
But
this was surprising to me. Also, it was surprising that Fabiano allowed it by going a5 and not rook c4. But I don't know.
Well,
yeah, because there is also rook b3 idea, trying to get rook b3. Yeah, it's and now what do you think? It looks pretty drawish. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, but king coming to e5. It's a bit
to see how to improve, for black, because maybe
knight on f5 is not bad.
Yeah, I
then my
agree.
rook enters. Yeah, then my rook.
King e5, rook c8, rook f8, knight f5.
Game over. If you reach
it could go very, very wrong. It could go very, very wrong for Aryan this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, the other one, I guess it's just hopeless for white, isn't it?
It depends on if Alireza has a plan. Because otherwise, white gets his pawns rolling and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, but
by the time it gets rolling, it's...
Yeah. I don't know. Where is the kill? I don't see the kill.
Maybe just pushing the pawns like g5, g4, h4, just to, no?
Why not to start with h4?
Well, h4, king c2.
Rook f5, h3.
Rook f5, bishop b3.
h3?
And then, yeah, h3.
You want to take?
Yeah, rook h4. Yeah, but then at least some...
No, you probably go knight d2.
No, actually rook f3, gh, rook f3, yeah.
But this one, rook h1.
No, you can take on c4, I'm sorry.
You can take on c4, yeah. So rook a4 maybe.
Or rook h4.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's...
Okay,
it should be bad, for white.
It should be very bad, but I wouldn't like rule anything out yet.
And by the way, we had a certain dispute about queen takes b7 move. What do you think about it in the opening?
I think it was his plan, but there's bishop d2. I think was probably too ambitious.
But do you think it's okay, queen take? Because I said I would never ever take on d7 in this position. It's just too dangerous somehow to me. But
yeah, I mean, practically, it's a terrible choice. I think, especially against Alireza. But I think you needed to go dc5 after. Because in the game, like after bishop d2, white has no counter.
Yeah, that was my proposal, I mean, no, after taking on b7 and...
Yeah, after taking everything.
Yeah, take on b7, rook b8, and then dc5. Yeah, dc5.
Because after bishop d2, I think you are strategically lost. Because, I mean, black's attack is unstoppable. When the knight comes to b3, I mean... Black's attack is unstoppable. It's only a question of whether you can trick him and survive somehow.
Yeah, actually, we thought maybe bishop f6 was even stronger than cd4. Couldn't really see
like
any.
c4, knight
just
d4
to avoid the knight, getting to b3, and then bishop f6, c4, and it was somehow looking pretty bad in our analysis. Yeah, Judith. Was it here or just rook b6 also? I mean, somehow.
Yeah, but even like knight b4. In general, black must be doing.
That was our also. Yeah. Okay, good. So rest. Congratulations, Magnus. Then.
Thank you.
Of course, we are happy if you stay with us.
Yes.
Look at the games. We don't want to send you away. We just very much appreciate that you're here.
Thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay. Good luck. Bye.
Good luck. Bye.
Congratulations. Okay, so G5 and G4 happened in this game. Which, for me, it's very surprising if white would be saving this. I think by chance, Vladimir, you muted yourself.
Yes, it just it looks pretty bad.
It looks very difficult to have Conte chances here. But of course, the rook on G1 now stands pretty well. I have the feeling that H4 will be next move for black.
There is such a big and nice choice, yeah, for black that I would seriously consider also simply trying to play GF and at some point just to move the H pawn to try to.
I would go for H4, I think. Though after H4, B3.
After B3?
After B3, yeah, that's true.
What is the plan?
Yeah, and now I am in problem.
Yes, I think just in case better to avoid it, but.
Okay, so even though after GH, G takes F3 check, you would be going simply King H7?
Yes, and trying, but pawns are going. I don't know where and how far, but at least they start to go somewhere. Rook H4 probably, yeah, trying to.
So let's say, okay, at least let's try.
Rook F5.
But, yeah, okay. Rook F5. Yeah, it seems like black will be faster.
Yeah, F4 maybe, but Rook H2 and E5, yeah, it looks like H pawn will start to go very quickly to H3.
Oh, knight D3.
Some small practical chances, but.
No, actually now white somehow.
Why? I think it's still H4.
B4.
Maybe E5 or something.
Well, I think I can just take on E5.
Bishop G5. No, Bishop G5.
Ah, Bishop G5. Sorry. Bishop G5 is more unpleasant.
Painful. Yeah, because.
But we have G3 on the board.
Yeah, that's another interesting option. I think he wants Rook H4, Rook H2, H4, H3. But
yes.
I don't know. I don't like it very much because it seems that it gives some play to. I mean, yeah, if G3, strange. If B3, for instance, because knight will get to E2 and it's protecting everything on E2.
Let's say Rook H4, but yeah, I think knight E2. Yeah, this G3 is an unexpected choice. Yeah. And B3 we have on the board. So now the question is whether his plan is to play Rook H4 or he just wants to go back with the Rook.
Yeah, maybe back, but C4, knight D3. Of course, H4, H3 might be coming, but it looks like not so clear anymore because.
Yeah, and Rook C8 is on the board, but I think I don't like this G3 plan to be honest.
Very, very strange decision because C4 now comes and white pawns
H4
start to be.
Okay, probably black wants to go
but
H4.
You don't even want H3 so much, yeah? I mean, maybe Bishop D4, H3 somewhere, but first of all, not clear where. And secondly...
Yes, because Rook will be standing on H1.
No, Duda, he played A4. He wants to push the A pawn.
Also a nice choice.
And
now you look at the time. We have... White has 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Black is just going to go under 5 minutes. And the players will receive 10 seconds from move 40.
Yeah, it seems to me that C4 was more logical and probably objectively better. But of course, there is not so much time left for both opponents, so it's difficult to make the best moves. But it's true that Magnus was right. It becomes, to my understanding, it becomes very double-edged now, especially considering the time both opponents
I think
had.
G3 was a very risky choice. Let's go back for a short time to Fabiano, because here things are going to be speeding up. And actually, the same thing happens between Ariane and Fabiano. White just played bishop a6. Since then, king is on g2. Black has a beautiful position. It would be very surprising if Fabiano will not be able to convert this advantage into victory. But
yes, because
it's not easy.
Bishop is quite bad. Yeah, I mean, rook f7, I would consider simply trying to go rook f7 and then e3 or rook f3, knight f5.
Yeah, you can see how the black knight is dominating, right? There is no square. Simply all the important squares are covered by the knight. And even knight f5 will be coming probably in the most unpleasant way later on.
Yeah, no, that looks...
and rook f7 was just played, bishop e2. So actually probably he goes back and forth. But now it seems knight f5.
To start with, I think simply e3 must be winning, yeah, and then because rook f1, you can just
forcing exchange of rooks.
Yeah, and I don't believe white can hold it. I mean, of course, it must be checked, but very unlikely that white can manage to save it. Take on f1. I guess you have to take with a bishop, and yes, somehow.
I would go knight e4.
Yeah, and knight c5, maybe at some point attacking the pawn, then knight c5.
Knight d2 is also seems to be not bad.
Yes, king. I mean, there is before, it must be winning for black, slowly but surely. Maybe even not so slowly.
And interestingly enough, Fabiano played rook f8, just made a waiting move.
Yeah, why not? Why not? It's first of all, it's a time issue. Yeah, there is not so much time left for white, and it's very difficult to make moves.
It's not too fun to make moves here with white.
Yeah, and Fabiano is a very experienced player, so he knows how to make his opponent uncomfortable in a practical sense on top of chess-wise. Yeah, so maybe c4. Of course, it's a very anti-positional move, but at least to try to do something, yeah, because...
But after c4, I think simply, oh my God, do you see this? We can have self-made in few moves.
Oh, that's easy.
When you want to be too active with your king. But after rook d5, king e6, and there is no real way out, no?
It's difficult, I agree with you, but... Still, maybe bishop d3, rook f2 check, king g1. Yeah, it's lost. Yeah, rook d2.
Well, rook d2. Lost, yeah. I mean, once you go c4, I think it's just everything will be rook b1.
Yeah, but now.
Well, now already. I mean, knight f5 is about.
Knight f5 looks okay. I suspect Ari wants to put his king on g1 after knight e3 check and try to hold it. But knight f5 also rook d8 is coming at some point.
I don't know. Is he planning to go b4?
B4 maybe? Probably. What else? But yeah, this I think we can maybe try to see the other game, because this one I'm afraid for the Norwegian.
I keep an eye on the other one too. So here it is really stressful for the players, for sure. Yeah. As white is, he's progressing with his pawns, right?
It's getting very unclear, and the time is running. Anything after e5 was played. e5.
e5 is played. I don't know. Black wants to go most likely sacrifice e4.
Play e4, yes, but e4 I have f4 always, first of all.
So let's go a5. But of course, white has 2 minutes, 25 seconds, 24.
e to d5 or e4, it's also pretty
But then,
tempting,
actually, that's also extremely tempting, to tell you the truth. Black can lose this game.
Yes, it's amazing. Well, it's still. I don't know who is better already here. It's difficult for me to say, but practically.
Well, what about h3?
h3, h.
Rook f3 and bishop h4.
And then what is next? You want f5, yeah? You want f5. So maybe I would, after rook f3, I can try to push my pawns as well, just a5, a6. Black will try to play bishop h4 and
bishop h4 and f5, yeah.
And who knows what it's b4. And
okay, we have a move in the meantime. White played bishop e3.
Yeah, I thought maybe now black should try to change the bishop, bishop e7, bishop c5, maybe.
What about playing bishop g5?
Bishop g5, bishop b6, who knows?
And then rook f6 and somehow to play rook.
Yeah. So bishop g5, king d3, maybe.
I was just wondering.
It's a little bit strange because rook b8 is always.
But now maybe rook b1.
h3, king e4. Yeah,
knight g3. Knight g3.
Yeah, knight g3 as well. Yeah, it's a very, very complicated position. I don't envy players now that they have to play under this stress with little time to play such a complicated position.
I think bishop e3 was a very good practical move. And now Alireza went under a minute, 35 seconds left for the game. But from now on, they are going to receive 10 seconds from this point on. After
it's not a lot. I can tell in such a position doesn't help so much. This 10 seconds. Yeah.
Bishop g5 happened, and white took actually on g5.
White wants to play rook h1,
and rook h1 is on the board.
Yeah.
Well, okay, black has to go rook h5.
It's not totally clear yet. Maybe e4 is an option. e4 and then to play rook g4, because this h pawn is quite useful. Or rook h5, knight takes g3, rook g5, knight e4, rook takes g2 check.
But I think after rook h5, white can go king d3 first, maybe, or just push a5.
e4, I don't know. It's a very complicated situation.
Well, of course, knight g3, rook g5.
Yes, rook g5, knight logically e4, rook takes g2 check, king maybe c3 or d3, maybe c3, and f5.
Knight d6.
Yes, rook f8 probably.
Rook h4. White cannot be so bad.
I'm not sure white is worse. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know who is better, who is playing for a win. But probably rook takes f3 check or e4. I don't know. It can be anything. It's a matter of tempo.
Well, let's see what we have on the board. King c3, f5.
So king c3 was played. f5.
And both players are under a minute. Crazy. Oh my God, what a game.
Knight takes g3 probably, and knight f1, and then knight to d2, but yeah, it's...
But I think maybe after knight f1, f4?
Maybe rook takes g2 and rook f2, knight d2, rook d8, yeah? It's possible. But let's check the game, yeah? Let's see, because b4 was played.
b4, f4. What a pawn play in this game.
b5 or a5, and...
I have the feeling that white is better already. I think white is taking over.
You think? I have no feeling in this position. It's such a strange position that I don't know.
Somehow the knight on e2 stands so well that even after h3 kind of moves. So a5 was played. I think simply the 3 pawns will be not stoppable.
Well, black has to try to get e4, h3, you know, this to make his 2 pawns not stoppable. Maybe e4 or h3. Also, white has his play, yeah?
h3, this is...
Maybe e4, h3, gh3, e4, yeah?
Knight f4, rook f4.
And pray. maybe knight f4, ef3.
ef3, rook g1.
And
rook,
king goes somewhere, king h8 or something.
No, actually not rook f1, knight h5 and knight g3 possible. And f2, f2, rook f1, no.
By the way, gh is not necessary.
What pawns are running here?
Yeah, that is knight g1, of course, is possible. Knight d4,
rook,
I don't know.
Rook f1 is possible maybe, but g2 and ef. No, actually, I was thinking about knight f4, ef3,
rook g1,
knight h5,
knight h5, g2,
rook g1,
and king h8. How do you save it?
You're joking. Knight g3,
f2. Ah, sorry. No, knight g3, rook g8.
1 second. Let's see the game. Rook g8, knight e4.
Fe was played. Ah, yes, sorry. Fe.
Fe. So what about he wants to go g2, rook g1,
g2 and rook takes
f3, knight
h3
d4.
check. Rook takes h3 check and f3. It looks like black must be first, yeah.
Yeah, now it seems like something there was a turning point again.
Yeah. I guess was just a time issue.
Okay, but the players are having black is 21 seconds, white is 18. Rook h3 checking d4 f3. What does he have in mind?
Knight f4, I guess he wants, and then king e3
rook
somehow.
G3.
King e3, but it doesn't. Yeah, rook takes e4. It shouldn't work. Yeah. King f2, some small chances.
Wow, he had time to play he just played c5.
Aha.
He just played
but that
c5.
Is already not serious. Rook h1.
King f7 he played.
Rook h1 was much simpler, I think. Yeah? Just what's finishing, but that's also good. Yeah.
Well, now king e3 must be played, but of course then check and the king is far
takes
away.
Rook b3 even. Yeah, that's already over. No, that is
knight f4.
f2 is enough. Yeah.
Well, f2 is the best, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And f2 is on the board.
Yeah, was a
white got some
game. Not a flawless game, but exciting.
Yeah, and it's over. So black won. Wow. And then let's see the last game, which is happening, still running, but not for long.
Yes. That's
and
over.
Actually just resigned. Tari just resigned. So it's interesting day. 3 black wins.
Well, two and a half, I would say.
2.5, yeah. But
good games. I mean, interesting fights. Maybe some mistakes, but that's okay. But it was a good day, I would say. So we are now probably going to ask players what do they think.
Yes. Well, we have plenty of things to ask between Tari and Caruana game. I think in the opening it was exceptionally interesting. And the Firuza game also, we can't complain about being boring, right?
Yes, and we can ask many questions, and it can take time. So we have to try to maybe to limit it a bit, that because I guess players are very tired, and maybe not everybody is happy with the outcome. By the way, I would like to inform our spectators that we are going to have a very interesting guests maybe during a few of our sessions, and tomorrow we would like to have some very interesting guests. I think at 5:30, half an hour after the beginning of our stream, of our commentaries. So I will not tell exactly who, but I think everybody will be happy to see and to listen to him.
That's for sure. We are going to be very much appreciating his appearance. This we can say that. What a day. What a first day. And for all the players, it must have been so strange and interesting and exciting, right? To play again on a classical way of a chess tournament, which actually did not really happen since mid-March, since the candidates tournament was stopped at midway. And actually, everybody had their fighting spirit, but it was very interesting when Magnus was telling that his choice of taking back with the knight, it has to do with the being round one, so he wanted to go on more solid.
That's understandable. Yeah, that's understandable. No, but anyway, yes, it was a perfectly fine the choice of taking with a knight. It just that, yeah. I mean, I thought Magnus, yeah, he likes this 2 pawns c5 d5, but yeah, there was nothing wrong. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong today, so played a good game actually. I
think we are having some players.
Yes.
We have Firuza. Hello, congratulations.
Yes, congratulations.
For your victory.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you.
We have a few questions. Well, first of all, how was it to play in this tournament, especially in these circumstances that lately I think you were much more used to the mouse making the moves than playing with the wooden pieces and having the opponent across the board?
Yeah, of course, it feels like, I think for me it is very different because when in online, when I sit for 5 hours, then I will be tired. But like over the board, there are more options, or you can, I don't know, you can go drink tea or something during the game. So it is very different, of course. And I'm very happy to be here. And I think it is going to be an interesting tournament.
Well, we are very happy to see you playing here in this event, and you have a great start already in game one. But we were kind of confused in this game at some point. First of all, the first question we have, how did you assess the White's choice to take on b7, the poisoned pawn? Were you happy when White was playing queen b7?
I think, okay, already the bishop e3 move is, of course, very passive. Because if he goes queen d3, let's say, then it is very typical core composition, like after rook c8, dc5, this endgame queen d3, and this pawn on h5 is always very big. It is very typical. So I think he didn't want to play this position at any cost. So,
but what would be your assessment about this position arising after queen takes b7? What was your
after queen takes b7?
Yeah, I mean in general this type of position.
Yeah. I said I have always compensation, even if he exchanges some pieces like the bishops or something, then I think I am always better because this attack is endless. I think I have always some initiative. So I thought black is a little better.
So and did you consider d takes c5 here? That we thought it was maybe the most interesting.
I thought d takes c5 was the best try for him. I was very surprised with bishop d2. So let's say knight c3, king c1 takes. I thought he has only one rook and the position is open. So I think I am better, but he has tries like queen c7. Like here, I thought queen c4 or even c6. Queen c4 beside the bishop f4. Yeah, c6, I thought rook f d8 or even rook f c8. Rook f d8, I think.
So
after bishop d2, we were considering maybe rook b6 also, because cd4, at least white can get his knight to b3. And did you try to consider rook b6? Because
I saw rook b6. Of course, he cannot take on a7 because queen c8, then his queen will be trapped. And I saw queen d3, and I don't know. CD and what here? I was not sure. Like queen b8, let's say, maybe. Yes. Queen b8, b3. And here I didn't see, because I thought maybe he would take on c5 and go c4. His king would be very weak.
Maybe simply c takes d4 and bishop f6, just to that the knight doesn't get to b3. Yeah?
Yes.
Because if the knight gets to b3, it looks like it's.
I thought knight on b3 sometimes could even help me. Like
actually, did you consider bishop a5 move? We were thinking about this very strange move, but maybe it's interesting.
So queen e5, c3.
Yeah, the idea is to try to block a little bit the one side, and
I saw queen e4 check, I think. Queen e4 and queen a4.
queen d3 maybe.
Queen a4.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't know how to.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that also looks. In general, yes. My understanding was that black should be just better. Yeah. I mean, much better.
Yeah, of course. Because it's only 1 pawn for all of these initiative. Yeah.
But then on a later stage of the game, where you played rook b4, we were thinking that rook b5 was
also good. Yeah.
Yeah, this we were thinking that you were going to play rook b5.
Yeah, but yes, because
but rook b4 is also, I think, good. Just that later we were a bit, was a little bit because
this
here our feeling was that black should be simply winning quite easily.
But it's very tough to play because it is all of his moves are very normal and my moves are not.
I mean, here, we were quite surprised with the g3 move. Did you consider something like g takes f3 just to try to organize the h pass pawn on h line? Because it looks to us that this must be very close to winning simply. King h7.
Yeah, I didn't calculate anything here, of course, but I couldn't decide whether which one is better.
I think b3 we were trying, this or rook h4, rook h2. Because in such way it looks like black has h pawn running and also very active rooks. Rook h2, rook g5 is coming.
Yes, probably this was better because in the game I think it got messy.
To get quite unclear. Yeah. So what was your assessment about the position after e5? How did you feel in the game?
I think I don't know. I really don't know this position because one.
So it's exactly the same as our assessment. Okay, good. We also could not understand anything what is going on. Who is better and why?
Idea here. Yeah.
I had the feeling that White is doing very well after this situation.
Because it is also hard for him to push the pawns, right? It's it's not so easy. And e4 is the threat now, right?
Well, I think we were considering moves like knight c3, for example. I'm not still sure. Judith Light, bishop e3, I'm not quite sure about this move.
Knight c3, I thought h3 doesn't work.
No, of course it does. gh maybe.
GH,
rook takes and a5 and okay, both are running and it's very difficult to understand who is quicker.
Yeah, I don't know.
h4 maybe.
Bishop h4.
And a6, f5, b4, b5, I don't know.
a6 always rook a8. Like it's not easy for him.
a6, rook a8. Yeah, maybe then to start with b4. Yeah, it's very, of course, it's very, very sharp.
Yes.
To understand. Takes a6, but yeah, probably in black's favor here.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, it was a very interesting game, and so tomorrow you have a world champion. In front of you, Riza. So what are your feelings about it? What are your plans, and how do you feel about playing this tournament in general and with Magnus Carlsen in particular?
Yeah, I have it is a very great opportunity for me to play against world champion challenger, Aronian. Like all of these games are going to add my experience, and I think it's a great opportunity. I'm going to enjoy the games here. I'm going to enjoy my time.
Okay, so I
suppose you are going to try your best not to let your opponents enjoy, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, good luck, Eliza. Congratulations with the victory today, with a very interesting play, and yes, we will see each other tomorrow.
See you. Thank you.
Good luck. Bye.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's see if we are going to have Fabiano or we were too long. I think we are going to have Fabiano. Yes. Hi, congratulations for your victory. The first question we will ask you, how do you feel playing over the board chess again?
Well, I have some recent practice. I played the Bundesliga, so it's...
Okay, but there you played on with the plexiglass and with mask, right?
I have to say that this feels so much better. it was like it wasn't so intrusive in the Bundesliga, but it still kind of feels strange. Like at the board, you weren't obligated to wear the mask, but you have this weird glass in between you, and whenever you get up, and I usually get up a lot to look at games, I had to wear a mask, which is not so pleasant, you know.
So actually, how is it to play a game? Because I was wondering that how is it possible to play with the plexiglass? If you want to queen your pawn, I mean, is it still possible, or the glass is stopping you from doing?
Yeah,
so?
well, it's a bit. I guess in time trouble, you might accidentally hit the glass or something, but it didn't really get in the way normally during the game.
I was actually wondering about the another issue. Yeah, I mean, because there is still a hole in this glass. Yeah.
Yeah.
If there is any chance the microbes can go into it. I mean, I don't see if there is a hole to make moves. Can it really help in stopping the microbes if they're there?
Well, I didn't expect to get science questions.
I mean, I just couldn't. I couldn't understand how it can stop. I mean, let's put it this way.
So the thing it had was like a small gap underneath, which is enough for your arm. But let's say if you're breathing, then I guess the glass would block whatever particles you breathe.
Okay.
So
anyway, we are happy that you are healthy and it all went well.
We would ask you the first chess question. That is Bishop E3 a novelty? Because we love the idea what was behind it.
Well, it's been played before, but I think it's a novelty in the sense that people have played it and it was a blunder. They probably they probably didn't realize that P3 is winning a pawn. And like in terms of serious games, then this is a completely new idea.
Yeah, I remember I was playing this Pausen for quite a long time, and I remember that Bishop E3 was considered not a good move.
Yeah.
But now we understood that you had everything planned out. But the first question we have that in this position after knight d7 h4, how come you didn't take on c3? Is it not so good, or you were confused between the different good alternatives?
Well, so I thought that, like, let's say I take and play king e7, right?
Okay, e7 first, yeah. First of all, I would like to ask a question, Fabiano. How do you assess the position after king e7, rook d2? What was your assessment?
I thought after knight b6, knight c4, I have a slightly more pleasant position. Blockade.
So you thought you were slightly better, yeah?
A little bit.
And after rook takes c3?
Rook c3, I didn't, like, it's an idea in a lot of lines, but I thought that here I need to get, like, he'll play rook b1, and I didn't think I'd get a blockade at all. Yeah, because here he plays like a5 or something, and I think this is I just suffering. I mean, maybe I can just hold with knight c5 and just wait. But to start with, he can play rook b4, king h2, bishop h3. I don't think that.
But cannot you maybe try to play knight b8, knight c6 first of all, maybe?
Knight b8 here.
Or to play b6, yeah, or maybe to get b6.
Yeah, no, here I would think maybe king h2 and bishop h3. Knight c6, rook a1, I guess. I just feel like I'll win some pawns eventually, but he'll trade off bishops and...
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, you need a better version probably of this position, yeah? Probably.
Yeah, I was trying to get a good version, but I didn't quite...
It was very hard to stop Vladimir not to take on c3. He was just so enthusiastic that he just has to take on
aesthetically
c3.
Nice. It's difficult to resist. That was my...
It's like aesthetically awful to look the white pawns, right? And just because ruin the pawn structure and make it ugly, you want to sacrifice the next step.
Well, but maybe takes on c3 and then a5, b6 to put pawns like this. It's all. But yeah, I understand that this what you played is probably objectively stronger.
Well, yeah. I have to say that rook c3 is very often an idea in this line and one of the main ideas. But usually the point is that the pawn should be on h6 and h2. So after white plays h4, we can play king h2, g5, and then bishop h3, g4.
Wow.
And this is one of the main ideas. And when white gets bishop h3, even if he loses like 3 of his pawns, very often he gets a lot of activity with the rooks. So I thought these versions were just not working out so well.
I see,
and
Fabiano, you've studied this variation quite deeply.
Well, a little bit. I mean, it's Rustam's idea, and it was found pretty much yesterday. So.
And what about d6 check here?
Yeah, I actually expected d6. I expected d6, knight d6, rook d1, rook d8, and I thought that he has trouble with his queenside pawns.
Maybe a5 to...
a5, I think, is correct. Because if I get a5, b6, I'm just positionally better. So I thought here f6 is a good move.
Not e4, yeah? You don't want e4, f5 somehow.
e4, I thought I wasn't in time for some reason. But it's possible. But I thought f6 was very pleasant. And like rook c5 is a huge threat, so he has to play c3 to play rook c5, rook d5. I mean, otherwise he'll just lose his pawn pretty much. Rook d5, take. He has to take with the rook because bishop d5, knight c4 is winning pawns. And now rook c8, and then I thought knight c4 is a threat, and how do you deal with this? I didn't see a way. So I think
impressive to go so far in your calculations. But
yeah, I thought it was critical though. But the way he played it should be equal somehow.
Magnus was trying to play rook f3 here. He thought that rook f3 was a good move.
And if rook c4, b3 is his idea? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah, b3 and c4.
Yeah, actually, I was wondering if white got b3 and c4, if this is an advantage for him. It probably is. He probably just shuts everything down and makes a draw without any issues there. But I expected c3, rook a1, that setup. Rook f3 didn't really consider so much.
And in this position, do you think you're clearly better?
No, I think objectively it should be a draw, but...
Were you considering here g4 with white?
Not really. Like, I guess I should play hg, and I do wonder... I know, okay, it doesn't work. Yeah, let's say fg. I mean, rook f8 is some sort of move. Okay, let's
in g3, yeah, and then some rook h1 maybe. Yeah? I mean, rook f8, b3. It was a Judith suggestion, and it's quite interesting, I find.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I would probably play rook f8, I guess.
b3 was my plan.
b3 and rook c8.
And rook h1, yeah, was the idea.
Yeah, rook h1, rook h8, and yeah, white is getting a lot of play. King take and king g4.
Well, at least some activity finally.
Yeah, that's true. Now this g4 looks very interesting.
But first, of course, I thought was also bishop f3, but I guess you were very happy with this.
I thought I was happy to find this move rook c5 because I expected bishop f1. It looks the most natural, and I realized after f5 and rook d5 he has some.
But Fabiana, if white is trying to play rook a2 and just stay, just trying to ask black what is his next.
Yeah, so I was considering to play b5 here.
b5.
Yeah, ab, I guess, and rook b5.
No,
and
not necessarily, but okay.
Yeah, no, it's not forced,
B4
but
was possible, no?
Sorry?
b4.
Before, yeah, let's say rook c3 and ab, right? I guess.
C3,
something
yes,
like
AB,
that.
b6 starts, but black must be better, yeah?
Yeah,
because
it's very risky for white.
Bishop is
with
very
this
bad
bishop,
on
yeah.
g2, yeah.
With this b6, rook b8, I don't quite see
Yeah.
rook, yeah. At least he has to make just difficult decisions. I thought here rook e1 should be a draw. Rook e1 I thought was better.
Which one? A1, I guess.
A1, yeah. King f6 is natural and probably forced. Bishop
Rook
g2.
d3? Bishop g2.
Yeah. And then rook d2, rook e2, he gets the diagonal without his bishop getting locked out with e4. And like take king f5, rook d2 or something. He's still trying to make the draw here. I mean, I have rook d8, I have knight e4, I have moves where I can press safely for a win. but it feels like objectively it should be
much better version for white, obviously.
Or bishop d5.
But in the game, somehow it went well. After this, I guess you were quite positive about that you're going to collect the full point, right?
Yeah, I mean, he has to wait passively, and especially with this time control where you never really get extra time. I also think it's probably objectively winning, but even if it's not practically, it's just a complete nightmare for white.
Yeah, rook f8 was a nice touch.
Yeah, I thought it's like semi zugzwang, which is kind of funny.
Like little torture, no? Well, you have a good position already, but another.
We thought maybe c4 was at least a chance here.
Yeah, c4, rook f5, I thought, or king e6, and then
rook f5, king e6.
Yeah.
No, of course, yeah, it's probably slowly but surely winning.
Yeah, he could do this rook d5, king e6, rook d4, still cause me some. Although e3 is winning.
E3, yeah, that's difficult already. Yeah, so very good, very good technical work. Congratulations, Fabiano. I have a question for you because there was some recent news. Do you know anything, and do you have anything to say about the candidates tournament? Is it going to continue? I mean, the second round, or what is the situation? What is your stand on it, and so on?
Yeah, no, of course, there's pretty much constant negotiations. I can't really go into too much detail. I mean, the news with Wang Hao was he raised his unhappiness. I mean, the thing is, I think that FIDE is really doing their best because it's such an incredibly difficult situation now. There's like countries, besides the fact that a lot of countries are closed down, a lot of countries are very unsafe. You have 8 players who have very serious concerns, all of us, and a situation which is so unstable, it could change at any moment, you know? And a lot of scenarios which are basically there's no good solution, like what if someone gets sick in the middle of the tournament? So yeah, there's constant negotiations. I think it's a very difficult situation, so that's why I'm not trying to criticize FIDE, because I understand they really have a tough time right now. To be honest, I think we should have just completed the tournament when we were there. You know, we were already all there. But yeah, that's already in the past, and I hope it happens and goes smoothly. Like for me right now, the main thing is not even the result. The main thing is just that it happens. Like I thought maybe a postponement would be a good solution, but we also don't know. Like 6 months later, will things improve? Yeah. At some point, you have to kind of get on with it also.
So you stand that you are ready to come, you are ready to play in Russia or in other place. You are fine with it, yeah?
Well, no, I don't want to go into specifics. I have concerns also about the location.
Yeah, of course. Yes.
And about the safety, but you know, I am talking to FIDE and we're trying to find a solution. Of course, I'm only one of 8 players who they need to find a solution with. So
that's why I'm asking, because it's already pretty soon the beginning. Yeah, if it's at least according to the official statement which have been made, it's supposed to start the very beginning of November.
Yeah.
So you think there is a realistic chance it will start, or it will be maybe a bit later, or?
I think there is a chance, but I'm not sure. I can't really predict how much of a chance. Yeah. But if it starts November 1st, basically a decision has to be made where, and all the players have to agree within the next few days.
Yeah,
it's so soon, yeah? So soon.
Okay.
Thank you very much for being with us. Congratulations for your great game, and hope to see you other days, and good luck.
Sure, yeah. All right. Talk to you later.
Thanks.
Yeah, good luck.
Bye. And I think we are going to have Fabiano's opponent. I think Ariane was actually waiting for us to finish the interview. I'm not sure he's still there, but
yes.
Hi, Ariane.
Hello.
Good evening.
Thank you very much for being patient until we were discussing the things with Fabiano. The first question is, how does it feel for you to play over the board, and especially with such a great players as you're meeting up in this event?
Yeah, it feels very nice to be here. I'm very happy the organizer gave me the chance, and I never played
so strong field before, so that's great. But of course, painful now as I lost.
Yeah, of course, we don't want to keep you up too much. Only like one question, if we may ask. How did you react in the opening when Bishop E3 was played? Were you very surprised at the choice?
Yeah, I was actually very surprised because I'm a pawn up and the queens are exchange, and obviously I think that, I mean, Fabiano wants to beat me with black, and then he plays this line. It surprised me, but maybe there are some potential, I don't know. When he played king e7, I got very unsure. I was going to play rook d1. That was my idea, but then rook c3, I just got worried about rook c3, rook c8.
Yeah.
That's why.
No, rook fd1, I suppose.
Yeah, rook f1. Rook c3, bc3, rook c8, and I thought black has excellent compensation.
Well, which I think is absolutely correct, but well, we can say that actually you were caught in a home preparation, because that's what Fabiano told us, that it was a preparation, and I think it's a fantastic idea by black to have compensation and offering a pawn here.
Yeah, but I heard that after he played g5, I had a chance to take and play rook h1. It was stupid by me to play bishop f3.
Yeah, we were thinking about playing g4.
Yes, it's also a very interesting idea offered by Judith here, g4.
Oh, okay, g4. I didn't think about this move.
And
but maybe hg rook h1 is better, I don't know.
hg, fg, rook h1, and if rook h8, then b3, yeah, I see.
Okay, yeah, bishop f3 was a stupid move. Yeah, here I got my chance actually.
And how did you assess the position here?
Sorry?
No, how did you assess the position here?
I mean, to be honest, when I played e4 in this structure, I didn't really like my position when I had to play e4. I thought black is very comfortable and I kind of have to hold. But when he plays g5, I have my chance. So the problem was probably that I thought I have to hold because I thought I can't make progress. I didn't see a plan for me. Then he played g5. I should have believed in my position there maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, we don't want to keep you up. It's late and it was not an easy game for you. We wish you good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
The good rest.
See you guys.
Thanks for being here. Bye. Well, Vladimir, I think it's time to wrap up the day. What are your feelings about round one?
What are my feelings? I have a feeling that the players are still a bit rusty, so to say. Yeah, I mean, playing a little bit slower than needed, I would say, than I would expect, because especially in the game of Duda with Firuza, there was quite they would really appreciate having a few more minutes on the clock in this position with the pawns running. But it's a very interesting day, I believe, especially for the first round. And we've seen some opening interesting ideas, some strategical and tactical as well. So I think we had a good day.
Well, let's see the table a bit, if we can get that back. What is the situation for now? And well, the leader is right now after round one is Fabiano. He won a nice game today. And Alireza Firuza, yeah, it was quite an impressive fight. Very ups and downs, I must say. And Magnus won today, but only he won in the Armageddon because it was a pretty balanced game with Levon Aranyan. So he has 1.5 points only. Levon has 1 point because he lost in the Armageddon. And for now, Ariane and Jan has 0 point, but only the first round was taken place today. So I'm very happy that this tournament started, and in a classical way of people playing over the board without mask, without the plexiglass. And this is possible because the organizers are taking every possible measures to make the players comfortable and safety. They have also the tests. taken quite frequently. I think they cannot go to restaurants and going out only, keeping distance from everybody. But I think this is a huge thing that the chess tournaments maybe also start again to be a normal thing and a good event. So I think we had a great day today, a lot of excitement, and I'm pretty sure that we're going to have even more excitement in the next days. We would like to thank you very much for all of you who were following us. We hope you enjoyed our chats and analysis with Vladimir. It was a great pleasure for me, and thank you for the tech team also. And let's see you tomorrow starting again 5 p.m.
Thank you, Judith, for your work. It's a pleasure always to work with you. And we will also, especially me, will be learning from our maybe mistakes which we've done, and we will try to improve our play from day to day. So as I already mentioned, there will be a very interesting guest tomorrow. And not only tomorrow, but tomorrow at 5:30, we are expecting a very interesting guest. And so we are really looking forward to see what will happen in this tournament. Tomorrow we have a very, very interesting game in many senses, which is Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja. So see you all tomorrow. And we will be there at 5 o'clock. As usual, every day, working for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. See you tomorrow.
Well, we wanted to do a historical top 50 of chess players of sort of all time, and to do that, we are using the statistics by Jeff Sonax, who has created a site called Chess Metrics. We've gotten some help from Frank Hoffmeister, who is a well-renowned chess historian, but then we have still kind of added our own touch. And it's always going to be subjective, and there's no correct answer.
I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you agree with every single ranking, because usually when you publish lists, what could go wrong? Who would disagree with anything? But yeah, it's been fun, and I hope you like it.